We can start.
Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm School Committee Chair Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask my colleagues to unmute and join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Because this is a remote meeting, I will ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins? Mr. Cadet Hernandez? Ms. Lopera?
Here.
Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Present.
Mr. Tran? Mr. O'Neill?
Here.
Ms. Robinson?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion for the school committee to adjourn to executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Boston Teachers Union and to conduct a strategy session in preparation for litigation involving Mission Hill K-8 pilot school. To have this discussion in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the committee's bargaining position and litigation strategy. The committee will return to public session at 6 p.m. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cadet Hernandez? Ms. Lopera?
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Tran? Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I'll ask my fellow members, the superintendent and staff, to log off from this public session and join the executive session using the Zoom link sent out by Ms. Sullivan. We'll see you in a moment. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. The committee just returned from an executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Boston Teachers Union and to conduct a strategy session in preparation for litigation involving Mission Hill K-8 pilot school. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicsschools.org/school-committee, under the September 28th meeting link. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to be offering live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. We will now turn on the interpretation feature. Click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for public comment closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure that you are signed into Zoom under the same name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm delighted to welcome our new superintendent, Mary Skipper. While Superintendent Skipper officially joined BPS on Monday, she's been in constant contact with former acting superintendent Drew Eggleston for several months to ensure a smooth transition. We're delighted to have you with us, Superintendent, and look forward to hearing your first update in a few moments.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you.
I'm also pleased to welcome our new student representative to the school committee, Diego Maida. Diego is a junior at the Boston Arts Academy majoring in music. He is active in the Boston Student Advisory Council and Squash Busters. He looks forward to advocating for change in BPS policy that is beneficial to fellow students. Welcome, Diego. We're delighted to have you with us. And if you'd like to say a few words, please do.
Hi, I'm Diego Mata. Nice to see you guys. I'm a junior at Boston Arts Academy. Before this, I used to attend O'Brien during 7th and 8th grade, and then between 2nd and 6th grade, I attended Conservatory Lab Charter School, which is also a music school. And then before that, I attended Rafael Hernandez. I'm half El Salvadorian and half Indian. However, that does not mean I am fluent in Spanish. So I can kind of understand, but not really. Like half and half, más o menos. Okay, yeah, so when I'm not doing this, I enjoy playing sports, and I played trombone at Boston Arts Academy. Nice to see you guys.
Great, welcome. We look forward to hearing your monthly updates, letting us know what's going on with our students. So thank you for joining us. We'll move on to the approval of minutes. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the September 14th meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second. Excuse me,
you.
second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll move on to the superintendent's report, and I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm very grateful for this team and this school committee, and to come back home to the district that has made me who I am as an educator today. I want to thank Dr. Drew Eccleston publicly for his outstanding leadership during the transition these past 3 months. You know, he's kept me updated on the organization, the DESE review, community discussions around the systemic improvement plan, contract negotiations, regional support planning, and transforming the role of central office, the Orange Line emergency shutdown, along with just preparing the organization so well for the start of school. We've spoken daily, often many times a day and night, and met to ensure that I'd get all the necessary information. This entire team has made such a commitment to making sure the transition was successful for me and for BPS. And they've done incredible work with communicating with me on a regular basis. So I feel very included and I feel very informed. Because of that, I'm ready for service and excited to dig into the work that will make a difference to our 49,000 students. Monday was the beginning of this new journey for me. I went to bed excited and I woke up excited, as I often do on my first day of school, although this was a different kind of first day. And it's been a great couple of first days. To the students who are watching this, I'm really excited to hear from you, to learn from you, and to work with you. Your voice matters. I know it's been a difficult couple of years living and learning through the pandemic, something that even as adults we cannot understand. And I know how hard you have worked and how much this community has rallied around you to provide the support and resources that you have needed to survive and thrive. And I want to continue to build on that. I want to work with you and I want to hear from you about what we could do to make our schools better and how we can further support you. I think there's some great examples where your voice and suggestions have been put into action. Some of the work has already happened through the collaboration with food services, City Fresh, just as examples of the kinds of change that you gave feedback on and BPS was able to act on. I value student voice, I always have in my career, and I want to engage in meaningful conversations with you. I look forward to working with you as this journey continues. And so to that end, I just want to extend a warm welcome to Diego, our new student representative. I'm really excited to work with you, Diego, and the entire school committee. As you may know, just a little bit about me, I became an educator because my teachers made a tremendous impact on me and in my life. My mom was a single mom and we didn't have very much, but she and my family instilled in me from the very beginning that education was my opportunity. I fell in love with education when I was in the 3rd grade, in the 4th grade, and then I met my favorite teacher of all time in the 5th grade, Mrs. Siegel. And it was at that point I knew I wanted to become a teacher and an educator. And everything I did from that point on was to teach. And it was an amazing 9 years I spent teaching. And that laid such a strong foundation for me when I went on to become the principal of Tech Boston Academy. So even today as a superintendent, I really try to look at things through the lens of students and teachers. It's the most comfortable lens I have. And to really ask myself, what does support mean for our students and our staff? You know, what does the system that we're building mean to you? You know, what do we need to do for our students and educators to help you succeed and to thrive? I've also had the unique opportunity to start a school, Tech Boston Academy, with such, incredible, passionate, talented group of educators. It's really where I learned the power of collaboration and collective impact. And I think the most rewarding part for me has been memory of particular students that I know our school, our classrooms made a difference for, and see what they've gone on to do and accomplish, and to see even their children now as Boston Public School students. The relationships that students had with educators still have in many cases at Tech Boston, which was my experience, is what I want for all students. I want to inspire our students, for them to feel that the schools that they attend, that the teachers that they have, that the principals and that the school staff that they connect with, that they're models of hope, of what is possible and are an inspiration to them. And that's the best thing that we can do to get more of our young people in the next generation into education. And that's what we need to have happen, is to really build a new generation to carry on the fine work that our current generation of educators are carrying out. But there's many challenges ahead of us. And I believe that with strong, diverse, and talented teams that we're building, that the dedicated staff we have here in BPS, in the village of Boston, with our nonprofits, with our colleges and universities, with our business community and philanthropic partners, that we can ensure every student has the skills, resources, and opportunities to succeed in life. And there's urgency to this work, and everyone has an important role to play, each of us. If we each do our part and we work together, there really isn't anything that we can't achieve in BPS in here in Boston. So with that, I'm excited to be here, and I'm grateful for this opportunity, to this committee, to serve the city and the students that I love so much and that I call home and my community. I wanted to share with you some slides that just reflect a little bit on my first days. It was really just pure joy for me to begin the first day in a school at the Trotter Elementary in Roxbury. It was a pleasure to reconnect with Principal Sarita Thomas and her team, their energy, just their connection with the students. And it was great to see the families and the students there. Mayor Wu was there, as well as Chairperson Robinson, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and BTU President Jessica Tang all came to celebrate that first day with me. It was also great to talk and meet with some of our teachers. I had an opportunity to go around a little bit and connect with staff, some of the school administrators, students, and the families. I loved in particular running into Alma Wright, who has spent 56 years in the BPS. I had a chance to work with her when I was a baby teacher back in 1989 and was then in the technology office. She spent 56 years in BPS, 51 years at the Trotter, and it was a delight to see her again because she still had that love and enthusiasm for her students. This time she's doing it as a volunteer in retirement, but she's there each day with her students, still bringing that energy and still bringing that optimism, which is what we need here in the BPS. This past weekend, I also had the opportunity to attend the BTU Book Fair. And I was blown away at how many BTU members were there volunteering, passing out and distributing 40,000 books to BPS students and families from First Book. And there were all kinds of activities for the students to do and the families to do in some areas, and then be able to go in and collect their books and to be able to go home and enjoy reading them. Our countdown to kindergarten and community engagement teams were there, actively welcoming our families, engaging students in bookmark making and face painting and connecting families to the upcoming program. And then additionally, I wanted to give a shout out to EMK Health Careers Academy, who had the opportunity to meet President Biden when he came to deliver his Cancer Moonshot speech. Just really did an excellent job representing us here in the BPS. And it was such a wonderful opportunity that the students had to meet our president. On that same day, we also had the first day of kindergarten last week. Is you'll see on the screen just some of the photos of students, our kindergartners, being able to go into school and being excited to meet their teachers. You know, these are the moments that are life-changing for our students. I look forward to visiting other schools. I'm really eager to get out into our schools in the weeks and the months to come, and have that opportunity to dialogue and to learn from our staff and students and families as we are building BPS together. Just on a concrete level, wanted to give some updates to public and committee in terms of transportation. You know, our transportation team is amazing. They've worked so hard all summer and really, you know, strengthening the system, streamlining a lot of the operations on the bus routes, really looking at the complexity of the roads to see how to be the most efficient. And there's always going to be work to be done here. But thanks to their efforts, you know, we've had a very strong start to the school year. And as you know, that's been in the midst of the Orange Line shutdown. We worked very hard in creative ways. We're always trying to improve that efficiency. So we worked very hard with our drivers union to identify areas that were causing issues of missed buses, missed rides, and issues of buses not being on time to the schools. And this is really our laser focus to improve. There's a constant monitoring process that's happening across all 3 tiers of transportation. We're getting updates daily in each of the tiers relative to the AM runs and the PM runs. And to help address the issue with the bus driver shortages, which we know is a national issue, it's a state issue, you can't pick a paper up that you don't read it. We've been incredibly creative. We started our own CDL training for bus drivers, so that staff can be trained and new people coming into the field can be trained even if they don't have their CDL. And so this is actually translating to more of our bus drivers, having extra bus drivers, which is what we really need. We were also able, through recent negotiations, to free up our bus drivers by actually hiring and partnering with private shuttles. And that enables us to be able to use those bus drivers that are ours to transport more students. And this was particularly important during the Orange Line shutdown. This enabled us to be able to have data that matched last year's at a time that, you know, we knew it was going to be very difficult in the city with the congestion. I think, you know, even with that, we've seen improvement on the numbers. Most importantly, one of the numbers that we're really looking at, which is the missed routes, because that means that a student is very delayed in getting here or can't, and a parent has to find an alternative way. And so you can see some of the numbers on the screen. You know, we're working hard to hire and to train additional drivers and bus monitors, and will continue in the fall and all year long, frankly. You know, we're not yet there, especially in our after hours, in our PM on time percentage in routing. But we are and will continue to work 24/7. That transportation team under Dell's leadership is just laser focused to get this right. You know, we know when buses are late or don't come and parents have to find an alternative way to get students to school, that it creates enormous stress for the families. And that's the last thing that we want. So we want to acknowledge this and reaffirm that our commitment is to our students and families to have reliable transportation for our students. And I'll continue to give updates in the weeks to come on how we're making improvements and continuing to move toward those goals. We also, you know, have done an incredible amount of work on the SIP, the Systemic Improvement Plan. And, you know, this is our MOU relative to DESE. We had a visit from the team from the Council of Great City Schools and that they were on site last week and they were conducting interviews as part of the required diagnostic evaluation of transportation. And we heard initial observations at the end of the visit. We'll be getting final recommendations in the weeks to come, and then we will take action on what we are able to from those recommendations. A different team from the Council of Great City Schools will be on site next week, and they'll be conducting interviews as part of the required student safety audit. And so I'll be meeting them actually on Sunday to greet them. So looking forward to that. And really, we just look forward to seeing the full recommendations of the Council of Great City Schools, and we'll be sharing those along with our the areas that we will and the strategies that we will be implementing from those recommendations with school committee later this fall. In terms of school safety, last year we surveyed our school leaders on what they would need to ensure safe schools. And by far the top answer was video cameras in the schools, having security cameras. We heard you, they're all at different ages and generations. And so we're responding and like to announce that we're investing a total over the next 5 years or approximately $30 million. And this will come from the capital budget from the district. The surveillance cameras really help keep the school campuses safe, and they allow us to respond promptly if there's any kind of criminal or violent activity. The upgrades will include everything from the wiring, installing new systems, which has changed with technology, using the racial equity tool and opportunity index to rank the schools that will receive newer equipment. So we see this as a very much needed, requested, and long overdue investment in our school safety. I understand that sometimes when we talk about surveillance cameras, that the fear is that it can compromise student privacy or over-criminalize our students of color. I want to be clear that this is an investment that's going to be intentional. It will not infringe on the culture of our schools or the privacy rights of our students. It's just one component of our commitment to the safety and well-being of our students, and there'll be more to come. Safety is really a key part of addressing the whole child, the academic, social, emotional, and physical well-being and safety of our students. And really for us, our mission is to support the whole child, and this is one step of many that we'll be taking in the years to come. During my time at Tech Boston, the best thing we did to ensure safety was to build real, authentic relationships with the students. Seeing the students come through the door in the morning, making that connection, building a relationship so that students knew if they were struggling or they had an issue, they had a trusted adult that they could come to. That is also extremely effective, and strategies that we're working hard through our student support department to continue to foster, including training. Our continued work on all of this, the social, emotional, the physical, it's going to matter greatly in the success of our students. And the continued focus on the physical well-being of our students, healthy and culturally sensitive food, safe and sustainable buildings, environments that they feel emotionally safe in. These are the things that we need to strive for to make sure that we're truly supporting the whole child. Food and nutrition. This is really, I had the chance to do several visits on food and nutrition, and this has been something that's extremely important to me, because I know for our students, if they're hungry, if they haven't been able to eat, or sometimes if this is the only sets of meals they have are our breakfast and lunches, it's really important that food is nutritious, and it's hot, and that it's going to fill them, and that it's culturally sensitive. And so there's been a lot of strides in this area within BPS through partnerships. I had the pleasure of going to the Haley Pilot School in Roslindale to taste the fall menu from the City Fresh Foods. City Fresh Foods is a Roxbury-based employee and a BIPOC food service company, and it provides the breakfast, lunch, after-school meals, fresh snacks, and summer meals for BPS in many of our schools. All of the meals made there have nutritious ingredients. We were able to talk through with the chef what those ingredients were and how they came up with the menu. It's all locally sourced food. The partnership with City Fresh ensures that BPS students and staff have access to a wide range of culturally relevant, nutritious food, and it keeps the city dollars in our neighborhoods by supporting a BIPOC-owned business that represents the heart and soul of Roxbury. So I had the chance at the Haley to taste the food and to see the kitchen in action with the school leader, Kathleen Sullivan, and Winfield Prass, and all of the teachers that were there. And it was great to meet the cafeteria staff and to see how the students really like the food. I can't say enough about the cafeteria staff. Our food service workers work so hard to be able to make sure that our food is hot and nutritious and ready for our students. And they learn so much about each student and what they need. And so really just my mom and my uncle were both food service workers. So I felt very comfortable in the cafeteria and applaud their work. What really kind of drove it home as we were doing the tasting, we did a little press conference afterwards, and one of the students, Kanisha, who was next to me, she spoke and really talked about how the food was just as good as the food that she was eating at home. And so I think the more effort we can put into the food and into our students feeling like they're getting enough and it's the food that they'll eat and enjoy, the more prepared that they will be to go into the classrooms and to learn. Where I think the other place that I was able to visit, we visited 3 schools, Boston Latin Academy, the Warren Prescott, and Boston Day and Evening. And we went with Ross Wilson, who's the executive director for the Shaw Foundation, and members from our operations team and our food and nutrition services team to learn more about just school lunches in general and how they're served in the cafeterias. And so we were really able to look at everything from how students were going through, the amount of time they had to eat, the range of food that was being served, the thought and deep thought that goes into the planning of the menus, and what happens for our cafeteria workers from the time they get the ingredients to the time they serve them up, and how we're working on being the most efficient to make sure that our students have enough time to eat and have lots of choice in their food selection. And it was just great speaking with all of the staff and learning about the menu and hearing the needs of the staff. We talked through that, and really a commitment from Ross Wilson and the Shaw Foundation for an ongoing partnership in the area of food service. I'm also excited for my leadership team as we return to a structure of regional teams. I'm excited for my leadership team and the regional teams that are going to help to focus on the areas connected to the focal areas that I've been talking about as I go around. And I think you've heard me speak about getting back to basics and laying a strong foundation in key areas that will support the whole child. I've talked about post-pandemic, the importance of prioritizing and accelerating academic performance. And that really, our equitable literacy is one example of an initiative district-wide that we see helping us to carry that out. But really making sure that every student has that opportunity to experience a rigorous academic program during their time here with us. Strengthening access to social emotional learning. And that really, is in being intentional, not just in the services that we provide and the supports, which we've put a great deal into mental health, our social workers, and expanding SEL in general supports. But it's also about helping our students in that process to build capacity around their own self-management, relationship building skills, regulation. All of that will help serve the students and really will build them toward having success and the outcomes that they want and we want for them. Third, streamlining, operations and relative to the buildings and ensuring student safety. When we talk about student safety, it's really from the lens of safety of psychological, emotional, physical. It's having buildings they're proud to go into, that are sustainable, clean, healthy, that they want to run into and learn and are proud. And then in there that they feel that every school room and classroom is a place that they feel safe in. And so that's going to be really critical as a priority. The fourth one I've talked about is family and community engagement. I recently announced a deputy position in this area. Anna Tavares will be spearheading that. And that's because we need to make sure family and community engagement is a through line in the organization and seen as one of our priority areas. And this means authentic dialogue. This means really listening to the community, not just talking to the community, and engaging with our parents in a way that empowers them so that they can have decision making at the table. And then fifth has been around improving our communications. So I we have tried to do a good job when situations happen to communicate that out, to make sure our leaders are supported to communicate with their communities directly. This will be a very intentional effort. We have a extremely dedicated communications department, and part of this is our building capacity in our schools as well for that kind of communication, so that there's no barrier for parents of language or access of technology to be able to get information. And so I think the parents in the community will see more and more of this, as we also take lots of suggestions from our parents and communities as to how best to ensure that communication gets out and it's seamless. And then finally, accountability. And that really is for all of us, for our central offices, for our schools, certainly. But being transparent and being accountable to the work. This has to be about student outcomes. That's what we're here for. That's our goal. That's our mission. And finding our way in the work together to be able to make that to happen. We may not always have the answer, but we will commit to get it. We may not always have the answer someone wants to hear, but we will engage in that dialogue. And that is part of that accountability. So really those priority areas are the areas that you'll hear more and more from me and more from our team as we begin to build out the strategies to lift our schools in these areas and to make sure we have a strong foundation in those areas. Equity and inclusion. As it relates to equity and inclusion, I come here with an open mind, with an open heart, ready to do this work. I strongly hold a commitment to build a diverse and talented team that's going to support my vision. I'm excited for that and have already begun that. It's not just about the team, though. It's about having a lens on equity and inclusion in every aspect of the work. Equity has to be the through line of our organization. And so we will be working toward that. Crucial to this, I think, is the new contract, which is really a unique opportunity to reshape our district and how we deliver services for all of our students, not just our students with disabilities. It's grounded in the principles of inclusion. I want to thank our union partners for creating the contract with us based on the vision of inclusion for all students in every classroom, and know that we're committed to doing this work together with our unions and to do it well, because that is what's going to transform the experience of our BPS student. We're expanding the continuum of placement options as part of this at all schools across the BPS, and we're focusing on showing that inclusion are services rather than a placement by being committed to being student-centered and focused on the individual needs of each student. To do this well, we must work in conjunction with families and parents as our partners. Research is clear that inclusion benefits all students, not just students with disabilities. The benefits are academic gains as well as social emotional gains. And we're going to need a needs-based system, not a disability-based system. Fewer students will have to leave their home school, which will be a huge plus for our parents and our students. I think the contract that will be discussed later, it also makes clear that inclusion is no longer a place. It's or a student or a school. It's something that we all do to make sure our students get the best education possible. Inclusion is about more than special education. It's about language and identity and many other intersectional characteristics. And this is about us becoming an inclusive district for all. And that is the work that is ahead of us to do. I'd like to make a note on chronic absenteeism, because this is one that is also close to my heart. Our students have to be in school to be able to take advantage of everything we have to teach and for them to learn. And I want to acknowledge the work of the Re-Engagement Center here, the RAC, because it's doing really critical work, and it often doesn't get recognized in the way that it needs to, but it really has been doing for decades, and particularly during the pandemic years, just important work to address chronic absenteeism. Part of that work is an event which is annual door knocking. And that's when we go out and do outreach to students who were chronically absent last year, who dropped out, or as some people will refer to it, timed out, depending on where they are in their journey. And I also want to thank the Department of Opportunity, Youth, Academics, and the Boston PIC for their collective partnership. This is work that's going to be critical this year as we're definitely seeing uptick and increase in the number of students who have dropped out. And, there are students, even though they're not enrolled with us at this point, we want our students back. We want them to come back, and we want to be able to give them a menu of options to meet them where they are so that they can finish and be able to earn their diploma and then have opportunities beyond that diploma. So you'll be hearing a lot more about this. For the chronic absenteeism, there's certain things that we're already doing. We have a dedicated focus from the attendance team within like our transformation schools and schools with below 80% attendance. The supervisors of attendance, they're aligned by the region, and they are fully integrated within the regional network and coordinated effort. So they're together as a team in making sure that they're engaging the students and the families for students who already have that attendance issue happening. And we're also working with the school superintendents in that regional model to support the QSIP, or what we call the quality school plan process, to really help the students, to help the schools reduce chronic absenteeism and define what their goals are going to be. Additional efforts that will be made will be around assessing school needs and providing improvement recommendations to schools through the tiered attendance system that we have, TAS, and updated guidance on how to use the Panorama attendance success plans. And this really allows us to kind of focus with a high touch, relationship focused, intensive tier 3 plan. So the most for students with excessive absenteeism. And we define that as 20% or more school days, which is a lot of school days, 36. And that means that a student has been absent, a month and a half. And that often speaks to just a real disengagement. So, we're trying to incentivize in different ways for schools to be able to plan thoughtfully around this. And this isn't just a Boston issue. This is an issue that's happening statewide. This is an issue that's national. The pandemic really had students discenter. They took steps out, and they don't quite know how to come back. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're offering what we're calling 30 plus attendance mini grants. And these are grants that are using ESSER dollars as a way to be able to help schools through the grant application plan out how they're going to address chronic absenteeism, particularly among priority student groups, while at the same time selecting kind of the use of district and state resources and tools in that process. And you're just going to hear a lot more about this from student support and from our school soups as we kind of go down this process of identifying and continuing to identify the students that need most of our support. In closing, I know there was a lot there for the first report. I'm eager to share. And so, I hope there was some useful information in there for you and for the community. Just a reminder that MCAS will be released tomorrow publicly. And we have a plan for our Office of Data and Accountability to present at the next school committee meeting, and to give you an overview, comprehensive overview of how we fared relative to MCAS, and what are the priority areas that we'll be focusing on there. I also plan to give an in-depth report in October relative to our hiring, staffing overall, enrollment. These are all things that post October 1st, we start to get our data more finalized, and that's true across the state. I just want to say again that from the time I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep, I'm always thinking about our students here in BPS and about what we can do to better serve them. And that was true when I was here in my 20 years. It will be true for the many years that I hope to be here now. There is no more important work. And right now I get to work for the community in which I live, which truly is a dream. We have a lot of work to do, and but we have a team, and the team is growing in such a positive way, both in central office and our schools, of like-minded, really fully committed people who want to see change and support and success for our students. And the pandemic certainly didn't make anything easier. It made it much more difficult for all of us, but particularly for many of our students. And we if we come together and we really make this our focus of student outcome and success. If we do that together as a village here in Boston, if we do that together as a school system, if we do that together as a school committee and superintendent, I have every faith that we're going to be able to get to where we want to be, so that our parents and our students, they're happy, and they run into school, and they can run with pride into school, knowing that they are going to get the opportunities that they deserve. So I give you my word that that will be my work and my work ethic. It'll be our teams. And again, I just want to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, for that report. I'll now open it up to questions and discussions from the committee. I want to remind my colleagues about our agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes. That's 1 or 2 questions. I'd like to remind BPS staff to also be brief in your responses. And if you have additional questions, I'll come back and do a second round. If you have a question, please raise your hand virtually. So we will start with Dr. Alkins, followed by our student, Diego.
No, Diego, you had your hand up first. I'll give you the first.
All right. We'll let
I'd
you
rather go second.
go.
First, I want to say thank you to both you, Diego, and as well as Superintendent Skipper. We welcome you and your great leadership vision, and of course, the valued perspectives that both of you will be able to provide this committee during your tenures. And I look forward to working with you both and realizing an equitable and inclusive vision for BPS. So that's my first message. I'm actually, and so Superintendent Skipper, I just sort of wanted to know like where we all are. I know we're expecting a update in October around sort of the SIP with regard to strategic plans for both English learners as well as for special education, I believe. I just wanted to know if you have a brief update on where that is right now.
I do. So I'm also going to ask Monica Hogan. I also want my team to be engaged as well with committee. But yes, we actually have an October 1st deadline, an October 15th deadline, a November deadline. So we have multiple deadlines. The next step is that we're finalizing the data advisory committee with DESE. That is the next step. And then after that, for special education, we have a series of postings relative to the jobs that we anticipate will be needed to help support the structure of special education going forward. We also have, we want to make sure we're informed by the Council of Great City Schools recommendations. And so we're looking at the timing of those recommendations relative to the deadlines to ensure that we have some time to be able to review them. So that will be like an ongoing dialogue for us. Monica, I don't know if there's anything specific beyond that you want to mention.
No, I'll just reference the multilingual learner strategic plan is coming up on the school committee agenda in October. And the, as Superintendent Skipper mentioned, the council's recommendations around special ed will be in November. And for transportation and safety, those will both come in December to the school committee.
And thank you for that. And also along those lines, is there a sense also of, I know, a sense of a permanent lead for the Office of Special Education as the superintendent is? We just haven't heard an update necessarily about that, or if you all are thinking about that.
So we are. I think our intention. We're in the process of looking at structure right now, and so when that's ready, we'll share with committee. But you know, I do believe that some of these positions we'll be doing national search for, and that will be a process. So, but we will be sharing with the committee over the course of the next several meetings as that evolves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mehta.
Hi, I'd like to say, thank you, Ms. Skipper. And it's nice to meet you and to have you as the first days of the BPS community.
From tripadvisor.com.au.
Okay, let's just unplug this.
It's
All
good.
right. That's embarrassing.
It's okay. It's okay.
So regarding the cameras heading into schools, I'm concerned about how you all make sure that won't feed into the school's prison pipeline. Because while people don't obviously do it in the clear spaces, there are some people who don't care. Just like, you're gonna ignore that, right?
Yes, just to reassure, and I'll ask Deputy Superintendent DePina to come on. Really, there's cameras in our schools now. Really, what we're looking to do is to upgrade the technology of the cameras. So, or in the cases where there aren't cameras or enough cameras, to be able to have them. They're often, looking at the outside of the building as well as kind of key components inside where somebody to come in. There's particular places that we locate the cameras as a way to be able to support security. And that's to protect the school, that's to protect the students. So it's not to violate privacy in any way. I don't know, Deputy DePina, what more you would like to say to reassure?
Sure. The only thing I would add to that is that, we work carefully with the school and the school administrations and who talk with their school communities and advise on kind of where places the cameras should be placed, real strategically where kids typically congregate around areas where it might be blind spots in the building that they might want to watch and monitor. And just more, it's to keep kids safe and monitor what's going on in the building. And obviously we'll continue to watch the rights of students and be real sensitive to that and make sure we're not compromising their rights in any way. And we'll work continuously and update our BSAC group to make sure that they're aware and involved in the conversations as we roll it out also.
Just to be clear, you won't be putting them in just like random hallways.
No, they'll be in places where it keeps the building up. How do I say this? We'll put them in locations where the staff and students need to kind of be mindful of kind of where they're interacting, how they're interacting, where safety may be compromised. But we want to make sure we monitor those areas is where primarily we'll place them.
Like, for example, the cafeteria. Just give me a sense of what you're saying.
Yeah, so a cafeteria could possibly be a place. The entryways will definitely be a place. Hallways and stairwells will be a place. But we will not put them in classrooms. They'll be more in the hallways and more common areas is how I would describe it. And exterior.
Okay.
Great question, by the way.
Yeah, always a concern.
Okay. Everybody has their hand up, so I'm just gonna go across my screen. So the next will be Ms. Lopera, followed by Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And welcome back, Superintendent Skipper. It's always great to see you.
Thank you.
I have gotten firsthand account from my little ones that the lunch, in fact, is delicious and nutritious. They usually only eat spinach as their only vegetable, but they've been telling me they've been eating carrots. And so I'm going to take that as a win. So thank you for that.
That's great.
I do have a couple questions as it relates to transportation. First of all, just a lot of gratitude for the Herculean effort that really went into getting school started with the additional challenges around transportation. I know that was a curveball for all of us. So thank you for the folks on the ground making it happen. I do know that, as you said, there's still room for improvement. And so for the areas where, or for the numbers where we're seeing that there's still challenges be it in the AM routes or in the PM routes. Do we see a trend as it relates to neighborhoods that are having challenges, or particular schools that are having challenges? My concern is, as you know, with attendance, it's not just being in school for the day, but minutes matter. And so if students are, even if they're missing just the first 15 minutes of class, they're missing the first 15 minutes class every day, that adds up to days. And so I'm just curious to understand if there's any understanding around trends, neighborhoods, or schools that are more direly affected.
It's a great question. I'm going to actually ask Del Stanislaus, who is our director for transportation, to she will have more detailed data on that, but it's an excellent question.
Thank you. That's a great question. So the contractor and our routing team did some deep dive into that when looking at where we should add additional resources in the fleet. And something that we found is our 830 tier, and in some specific areas. So there's the Reedville, the Hyde Park, Reedville, there's a bridge there that there's like a lot of traffic in that area, and we're seeing like our 830 schools in that area for pickup is really being affected. And we have the Tynan and the Condon in South Boston as well. Boston Water and Sewer is doing construction there and other construction projects throughout that area. We're seeing a number of our buses getting to those schools late. So our team is looking at adding additional slack in the system specific to that 830 tier, because on our 730 tier and our 930 tier, on-time performance is coming through at about above 90% on those two tiers. But on the 830 tier, when buses are caught in traffic, they're losing a lot of time. So our team is prepared and already started working through the route problems that drivers have submitted since the start of school to add additional slack in the system for those tiers. And this is going to be consistent work that the team is doing on a daily basis. Our routing team is looking at this daily and updating the routes daily. So as they're coming in, as we're getting reports from parents, and also we have our drivers sending in route problem reports, our team is fixing those routes. And the good thing is now the team is digging so deep at looking at the individual like school level to see which of our schools are affected. And it's just like adding slack in the system to make sure that those buses are running on time. It's also difficult because like we're also hiring drivers, and due to COVID and other things, we're also losing drivers on at the same rate. So a good example is on Saturday, we had 5 drivers cleared to drive, but on Sunday, we got 6 drivers across the operation that went out as well. But the team is also equally aggressively hiring so that we can continue to add additional slack to the system.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that work and just really digging into that data, because I think, especially when we're thinking about specific neighborhoods and perhaps specific populations of students who are more adversely affected, it would just be good to have more information on that. I do have a follow-up. We heard about getting audit transportation recommendations in the coming months. And we know that the transportation pieces are just they're a massive beast that we continue to work through every year. Previously, Dr. Cassellius had mentioned about having a task force really interrogate some of the transportation challenges. And as we know, that also ties into, as you were saying, Delaware, and some of the start times and the challenges of the city where there's an uptick in rush hour traffic. And so I'm just curious, are we thinking holistically long-term about how we're going to really interrogate the enrollment pieces, the assignment pieces, the school start time, as well as transportation?
So through you, Chair, and Del, certainly anything you want to add. So I would say this is, I can't underscore this piece enough. I think that as we look, and my sense is that what will come out of at least some of the recommendations is that we have to look at the entire system collectively in order to squeeze out additional efficiencies.
Mhm.
And so to your point, that will have to do with enrollment, merger, consolidations, things that are going to enable us to be more efficient with the routes that we have. I think that there's also outside of the system, outside of the BPS immediately, just a reminder that we also provide charter transportation. And so there's likely to be some recommendations because the charters have so many different start times that there's likely to be some recommendations there for us around how that makes the system more complex. And so there might be some cross-aisle work that we're going to need to do in that area, both with DESE and with the charters. But again, until we get the recommendations, it's what we're supposing. But once we get the recommendations, we can start to codify and then think to whatever committees we need to form, be them the broad stakeholder that you were just talking about, Ms. Lorena, or the smaller ones that might be dealing with a specific issue around the tiers or around the charters. And Del, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, I think that you answered that perfectly. Just a little bit to add though, we have not only the charter schools, but also private parochial schools. So there's a whole, right currently in our system right now, we have 69 different bell times across the operation. So imagine 69 different bell times for over 200 schools that we're providing transportation for. And we also have our out of district special education schools where we just like really cannot reuse those buses throughout the operation. So it is difficult, but like Superintendent Skipper said, we're prepared to look at the recommendations and pull teams together to do whatever we can to continue to improve the operation, because access to education for our kids is the #1 priority.
And Superintendent Skipper, if I can just add, we
Certainly.
also are in discussions around athletic transportation that we spoke a little bit about at the last meeting, and looking real carefully at those improvements in that area as well.
Thank you.
Perfect. I know I'm out of time. I just have one question around the security pieces. So I'm curious to understand around the upgrading or adding the cameras, is the concern around student to student safety, or is the concern more external to student safety? I'm just trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve.
Sure. And Deputy DePina, you can surely weigh in. I mean, I think it's both. I think that there are times where in order to, ensure safety of students, such as things like bullying, there are times that the cameras can be very important in that, or student assault, student on student. And then similarly, with adults, I think intruders in the building, or unwanted visitor. These are the things that we try to protect against by being able to have some eyes, but it's also outside of the building. I want to reiterate that, I think too, what Deputy DePina spoke about, areas where once things have cleared and there isn't as much of an adult presence, that's when often things can happen. It can also be a situation if you have a missing child and you're trying to determine what door the child went out, or did the child leave the building and at what time. There's important information that can get ascertained from the camera. So they're used in a variety of ways. And Sam, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, that was a perfect answer, Superintendent.
And what kind of engagement would this have with the Boston Police Department?
Well, we work closely with Boston Police, obviously, on investigations of criminal activity and or an event of missing children and those kind of pieces. And just another example, just today we had a student unfortunately struck by a passerby on a moped, right? So in those situations, it would be helpful if we had cameras outside so we can support the police in those kind of investigations. There's also work that we're doing to also comply with the city ordinance around surveillance, right? So we'll work closely with the city on ensuring that we're complying with those ordinances as well.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I
Mr.
just like, Chair, can I just add one thing to that?
Sure,
Just,
certainly.
there's been multiple situations this year where a parent will call and report a child missing from not having come home from school. And it's really important in those situations that we're able to ascertain that the student left the building, what time the student left the building. Sometimes human recollection can be one thing, but often the information that we can get from a camera can be more precise. And there's definitely been situations where we'll be able to affirm to a parent, the time when the student, left, that the student indeed did leave. It's the same with cameras on buses. They often will help us in the case of, a child that is late coming home on a bus, or, a question of, did a student actually board the bus? So that's the spirit in which we try to use cameras. It's for safety and security of the students primarily.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to add to Superintendent, just wanted to add this, there's any question about the legality and retrieving any video, it still goes under and still falls under our privacy and information sharing policies.
Thank you, Chief Copley.
Thank you. Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for the update. It was robust, particularly for your first update. And so I think we're onto something really good if we can keep this momentum coupled with, you said accountability as sort of a piece of the guiding framework, and this feels like a good start. I think I speak for myself, but I suspect I speak for other colleagues here. Like, we've been hungry for more clarity outside of just the good news, right? But like real accuracy and precision around what's happening in the system, aligned with data to help inform the broader message. And hearing you talk about some of the data that you're interested in bringing here for as part of future updates, superintendent updates, I think was really promising as well. Everything doesn't have to be a separate report. Like, it's sometimes just good for us to hear the sort of stuff and things and how it's happening on the ground from you during these operational updates. So I'm excited about that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to ask a few questions. My first question is about the school improvement plan. I understand the Council of Great City Schools having a role in some of the analysis that we're doing and understanding problems of practice. I'm curious, two things. Sort of, what's the scope of actually, it's probably three things. What's the scope of their work? What made us choose them in relationship to other folks who might do similar work? And then, was there a cost that was part of this?
Sure. So Monica, I'll ask you, since you worked on the contracts.
Sure. So starting with your last question first, Mr. Cardet Hernandez, the cost of each of these reviews. So the systemic improvement plan required an external review in special education, an external review in transportation, and an external review in student safety. The district put together a brief scope of work that essentially used the language from the systemic improvement plan and solicited quotes from vendors. The Council of Great City Schools responded, and two of the reviews each cost $35,000 and one of them costs $30,000. I'm not sure which one was the $30,000 off the top of my head, but you get the point there. So those contracts were executed by our August 15th deadline.
And then and maybe I just sort of missed this in previous conversations, so I apologize. Was there a sort of winning factor that they brought to the table, either like a historical expertise in either of those three domains, or, and this is, I'm asking one, because the complexity of them being a membership organization that we're also members of, and also just clarity around like, do they do this work, and have they been successful in working with other school districts in it?
They certainly do reviews across the country, and Superintendent Skipper, I think you might have been involved in previous ones, and I know Mr. O'Neill has some knowledge of past reviews that have been done. I can get you the information in terms of like how many reviews they've done in which areas and which cities, if that's helpful. For this particular case, through our city's equitable procurement policy, there is sort of a list of vendors that the city provides that we use to identify potential vendors to send quotes to. And so in these instances, the Council of Great City Schools were the only vendors that replied to the solicitation for a quote. So.
Right. I would add to that I think one of the things that's critical is that when we're looking at systemic improvement, it's important that we're looking across districts that have comparable size characteristics to us. And since the council represents that group of schools, they're often for urban districts, small, medium, and large, kind of the go-to of knowledge base. It's also I think a deep resource for us to be able, not only through the attending the, the annual meeting of the council, but also through this process to be connected with colleagues around the country who have done this deep systemic work. And very much looking forward to that as an additional benefit post the initial set of recommendations. I think sometimes, when best practice, and this even happens in the state, there'll be best practice and they'll point to particular districts, but the districts don't really share our characteristic of either size or demographic of our student. And so it's very hard to translate things that worked well in those districts to something as large as our district. Here we have much more ability to be able to do that.
Copy. Just sort of moving along, because I have a few other questions. The
Mr.
teacher.
Tuck, you're up this time. Can we come back to you? Your time is up for this first round.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm okay.
All righty. Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Señora Presidente. I want to say welcome, new superintendent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Ahora voy a pasar a español. Quiero decirles que me alegró mucho escuchar que dijo en su alocución que la comunidad quiere ver cambios.
I want to say that I'm very happy to hear that you said that the community wants to see changes.
Quieren ver cambios, quieren ver una superintendente que tenga un espíritu comunitario, que su gestión esté enmarcada en un espíritu comunitario de escuchar a los padres y a las comunidades.
And it's true, the communities want to changes, and they want a superintendent with a community spirit that is going to help parents and students.
Es importante que las decisiones escuchen a los padres y tomen las decisiones tomando en cuenta su opinión, no tomando las decisiones y después comunicándole a los padres.
It's very important to keep in mind the opinions of the parents to make decisions instead of making decisions and then letting know the parents about those decisions.
Porque nosotros los papás somos que mandamos nuestros niños a la escuela y para nosotros es importante que nuestros niños tengan una buena educación, una buena instrucción.
Because we, the parents, are the ones sending the children to school, and we really want them to get a good education.
Si no tiene un espíritu comunitario y no basa sus decisiones escuchando la visión comunitaria, es muy probable que no tenga una buena gestión.
If you don't have that community spirit and you don't listen to those opinions, it's not likely that you're going to have a good gestion.
Hay mucha gente buena, quiero decirle que hay muchas coaliciones buenas, auténticamente preocupada por el sistema público educativo.
I can tell you that there are a lot of good people and good coalitions who are really invested in the best outcome for people.
Y quiero decirle esta noche que escuche esas comunidades para que su gestión se vea desde el principio que está escuchando a estas comunidades.
So I ask you tonight to please listen to them from the beginning so they know that you are listening to what they need.
Para que todos nuestros estudiantes de color, estudiantes inmigrantes, todos los estudiantes sientan que tienen una superintendente que está escuchando.
So every student, the students of color, the immigrants, all of them feel that they have a superintendent who is listening to them.
Y quiero hacerle una pregunta esta noche.
And I want to ask you a question tonight.
Escuché que he estado escuchando sobre el acuerdo que de DESE con el componente de ILL.
I've been hearing about the agreement between DESE and the component of ELL.
Hay unas recomendaciones que ha estado haciendo el grupo operativo de trabajo ILL Task Force.
There are some recommendations that the ELL task force has been doing.
Entonces, mi pregunta es, ya sabemos que antes del 15 debe estar ya el acuerdo terminado. ¿Qué ella piensa hacer para escuchar, para tener encuentro, que si hay alguna iniciativa que ella esté haciendo sobre este particular, sobre los aprendices del idioma inglés y los aprendices del idioma inglés con discapacidad en ese sentido?
So I know that the deadline is by the 15th, and I would like to know what you are thinking of doing about the ELL students and also the ELL students with special needs.
So thank you for that, Ms. Polanco Garcia. So actually, I'm going to ask Faye Karp, who's on to join us from OMME, to just give an update of the actual what's going into DESE in terms of the strategic plan. I know that there's been meeting with LPAC on this. So Faye, are you on?
Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Robinson, school committee members, Ms. Garcia, and members of the public. I can share that the strategic plan was presented last week to the English Learner Task Force as part of a series of feedback and engagement sessions that our office is doing leading up to the submission of the strategic plan to school committee on October 12th. And we invited members of the English Learner Task Force to provide feedback both during the meeting as well as through a form that we created to capture that feedback. So we are in the process of reviewing that feedback from the English Learner Task Force as well as the other groups that we're engaging with, teachers, our DLAC, and other bodies that represent our very rich and diverse multilingual learner community in Boston Public Schools. I believe the school committee has seen the strategic plan draft that went to DESE in August, but I can briefly go over the priorities that we've outlined so far. The first priority is to expand bilingual programs that will support our students and enable their achievement of the Massachusetts State Seal of Biliteracy. Our second priority is to ensure that all multilingual learners with disabilities will receive appropriate services and support, including that which is provided in native language. Our third priority is to improve instruction and outcomes across all of our multilingual learner programming in the district. Our fourth priority is to develop student-centered systems with an equity lens that ensure multilingual learners have required services and access to opportunities. And our fifth priority that we've outlined is to partner with youth, families, communities, community organizations, and other education partners to increase student engagement and opportunities for program options towards college and career readiness. The support of the English Learner Task Force is very important to us. And I know that Interim Assistant Superintendent Farah Asaraj, who was not able to be here tonight, has been working very closely with that body. We are hoping to receive formal endorsement from the English Learner Task Force as the strategic plan is submitted to school committee.
Great, thank you, Faye. And I'd also introducing again our Senior Deputy of Academics, and Linda Chen is on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question, Member Polanco Garcia. Our English language learners, we've renamed, and I really want to applaud the team for really centering the experiences of our multilingual learners. And so we've really renamed so that we can really more accurately reflect their identities. They've really developed a very robust strategic plan, as Faye has outlined, how we're beyond the plan of what's in this document, if you will. And I really appreciate them going around to have stakeholder engagement sessions. And I think certainly if the school committee would like a more full briefing, we will be briefing you at the next meeting. But it's important to engage the community in order to best serve them, to many of the points that you made, to really listen to what the needs are. And for us, when we think about our multilingual learners, especially those with disabilities, they are the most marginalized groups in our system. And that is an unwavering commitment that the team has. So it goes anywhere from making sure that services are provided, but more importantly, students are centered and our teachers and our schools are prepared to ensure there's a sense of belonging and ensure that the particular needs and instructional approaches are used to ensure their success.
And I would
solo para seguimiento, perdón, solo para seguimiento, me gustaría en ese sentido de la implementación del idioma nativo, o sea, la alfabetización en su propio idioma de los niños.
Just as follow up about the implementation of instruction in their native language.
Conforme todo lo que ellas han escuchado, las recomendaciones y las reuniones que han tenido, ¿qué métricas han pensado ellas para implementarlo?
What metrics have you thought about after all those meetings and all those sessions that you've had?
I'll ask Faye to provide some more specifics in terms of what we have been hearing from each of the different meetings, as she has been mostly engaged directly with that. But we do know that it is important to understand which communities want to have more home language instruction. And we think of this in both, at least two different ways. One in terms of a bilingual and or two-way dual immersion program, but also we know that there's interest from some communities around heritage language programs. So I'll ask Faye to talk a little bit more about sort of the distinctions and what the trends are that we're hearing.
Thank you, Linda. We are in the process of collating that feedback right now. So I would need to get back to this body with kind of a synthesis of the trends so far. I know from being present at the English Learner Task Force meeting, for instance, that there were questions around some of the implementation timeline. We've had conversations around metrics that have been drafted so far and English Learner Task Forces, for instance, feedback on the use of MCAS and access as metrics versus kind of a different lens of feedback that we've gotten from DESE on those metrics. So that's, you know, one example of kind of differing viewpoints that we've heard from various stakeholders on one component of the very extensive plan. But I would need to get back to you with more specifics to date.
Thank
I
you.
think, I would just add that I think there's a deep commitment, having heard from the community, the desire to expand bilingual education and language-specific bilingual education, that that is going to be a priority and a focus for us. And as we know, it's tied deeply to enrollment and registration. And so this is like one of those examples where we will have to have cross-functional teams in order to make sure that as we're building out the options for students, that we're doing it, to Linda's point, where schools are embracing the programs. That begins at the top, that begins at the district level of valuing bilingual education. And so our hope is, from the metric side, Faye can share in more detail, but I think for us, we will know that we're successful because we will see the expansion of bilingual education in a quality way, both heritage, home. It's also, I think, looking at the data that we'll be getting back on MCAS and that we're already going through an access to see how our multilingual learners have done, to see where there's areas that we need to provide resource and support more, how our former English language learners have done as well, as they're now in the general classes, to be able to see if they're able to access and perform or outperform the average student. These will all be areas that we're looking at deeply in the data to be able to see, as we're redesigning and going deeper with our academic programming, how to be able to design it not only for when students are learning English, but once they have learned English, what they're able to access and have availed to them going forward. The Seal of Biliteracy is another that will be a district-wide initiative to push as a way to be able to celebrate biliteracy.
I would also add that we know from research that bilingual programs and the use of home language serves our students better in the long run in terms of outcomes. And so we are very committed to doing that. However, we also want to make sure that we involve our communities in a shared commitment towards that, and ensuring that we hire teachers who are fully bilingual and certified and can serve our students in the best ways as well.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, Superintendent, a profound welcome. We've been waiting and we're delighted that you are here. Also, a profound thanks to Dr. Eckelson for his role as interim superintendent. And I know how closely he worked with you. So it has been seamless, in fact, all summer. It feels almost strange to welcome you because I know how involved you have been. And also to Dr. Casillas for how she worked with Dr. Eckelson in the turnover to his beginning as interim superintendent. And I know how important it was to her to make sure that he was up to speed, et cetera. So thanks to all three of you. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions because I will have plenty in the future, but A, you gave a very robust report, and B, you just started. So I am going to ask one clarified question, but before I do about your report, Ms. Hogan earlier asked me to add a comment about the question that was asked about the Council Great City Schools. So just more from an explanatory viewpoint, because I have been this body's representative to the council over the years. The council, what they do for what they call strategic support teams is in fact a core part of what they provide for member districts. So they have a different approach both for academic reviews and then operational reviews. So different people within the council who are full-time on their staff oversee the process depending upon if it's an academic review or an operational review. They have national experts on their staff. So for example, in special ed, one of the top special ed experts in special ed law nationally. In fact, she often writes briefs to the Supreme Court when they're considering special ed issues, is on staff with the council and will be involved in this. But the really unique thing about what they do with these strategic support teams is bringing in experts from around the country that are currently facing these issues and doing good work with it. So I know the chair and I met with the special ed group that came in to review us, And that included an expert from Seattle Public Schools, from Cleveland Public Schools, and from Chicago Public Schools, in addition to the council's full-time staff who are on that effort as well. So dependent upon the issue that a district asks the council to look at, they bring in operational experts from around the country. So in fact, I know many BPS senior officials have served on these strategic support teams if it's an area of strength for them and for us in another district when another district asks the council to bring people in. So I think what the most important and unique thing about them is they're bringing in people who are actually doing this job successfully in other districts right now so that they can bring best practices. If you look at the school committee website, you will see when we have brought the council in the past and seen their full reports, which are actually extremely extensive and a lot of recommendations. So it is very common practice when a new superintendent comes into a district that they ask the council to either provide academic or operational reviews of particular areas concern that they have. So, and I believe on the council website, it actually lists all the strategic support team reports that they have done over the years for districts. Superintendent, I do have one just clarifying question only, and you may ask Dell to actually give the details on it. When you showed the chart of the transportation on-time performance, you showed first the morning, then you showed the afternoon. And the afternoon, I just want to be clear on what it's tracking when it said on time or 15 minutes late or 30 minutes late. I am assuming that is from the dismissal of school. I just wanted to be clear on that. It's not when students are arriving home, but it's if the buses are actually at the school when the bell time happens, so to speak. Is that what is against, Dell? I see you nodding yes. So
yes, it is. You're correct.
Okay.
So the on-time dismissal, the dismissal on on-time performance is not when students are arriving home, but at the time that schools are scheduled to dismiss.
Okay, and obviously traffic is 24/7 in Boston, it seems these days, so it's not like afternoon is any better, or even an early dismissal time is more likely to have students home at time versus a later dismissal time. But Dell, you also mentioned how many start times we have, different start times we have, which I was astonished by that figure. How many different afternoon end times, so to speak, do we have as well?
I don't know it off the top of my head right now. I can.
But is it as voluminous as the morning start times?
Yes. So the answer is yes, because we have 125 BPS school end times, but we also have like the charter schools,
Right.
district special education schools, charters, just like all of the schools in the system. So I think the PM is actually a little bit more than the AM. But I can get a breakout of
It's okay. I was just mildly curious. I was more important. I just wanted to make sure I understood exactly what it is that we were tracking. And then separate from that, tangential to it, Superintendent, are we also tracking not when the buses are arriving, but when students are arriving? So how many are late if they are, being driven by parents, or if they're taking the MBTA, or if they're walking? Do we happen to know, are we tracking those as well?
So through you, Chair. So we are. I mean, that gets tracked as part of the school data in terms of tardiness. The reason, though, isn't necessarily as clear as that. Whereas with the orange line, we specifically wanted to see students being tardy because of public transportation.
Right.
And now that the orange line is back up, we're no longer continuing to do that. It is interesting data. I mean, I think the traffic congestion in general is causing both parents who are driving to often be late, but for us with the buses, it's obviously much more difficult. It has eased, as you could see from the numbers, and definitely going in the better direction, but the afternoon does not seem to have that same relief in that same way.
Yeah.
To your
Traffic starts earlier in the afternoon now than it ever
That's
did.
right. That's right. And to your point about just the enormous amount of start times and end time variation, this is something that in the verbal from the Council of Great City Schools, they were clearly going to flag. they were, I think, surprised at, particularly with the charter group, the variation of times and what that was doing to our tiered system. So even though we have tiers and we have organization to that, the other types of transportation we're providing support for does not. So I think that this will clearly come out as one of the recommendations when we get the written report, and we will have to have some conversations, I think, with the Charter Association and with the state.
Great, thank you very much. And again,
You're
welcome Superintendent Skipper.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Carter Hernandez.
Following up just first on the sort of previous conversation, obviously I'm aware of the Council of Great City Schools. I've been working in education for 20 plus years. The sort of curiosity I had around this particular procurement was obviously, were they the only person who went up for the job? And in either of these three areas, were there reports that we found interesting or cultivated more curiosity around our own direction as a system? And so that was really where I'm going. Also with that question was obviously the connection, this has been critiqued before, it's a membership organization, then there's a contract around additional services. I just wanted to sort of know more, and it sounds like there might be more there, and I don't know. So, but I want to keep moving because I at this point am the only one who has been cut off on my 5 minutes, so I'm going to make sure I get in my questions. The question for me, second question, is around teacher shortage data. I'd asked last time just an update on that data. I know, Superintendent, you said you were going to come back to us with an update. Curious if there's any top lines you can share today, specifically around teachers, paraprofessionals, and then any concentrations of need. And then the second question there is I had also asked if families who did not have a permanent teacher had been notified. It was unclear if that had happened. And I wanted to know if that had been something that we were able to deliver on.
Sure. So through you, Chair. So on the first one, we do daily updates from OHC. And I think the headline is that we are making progress, particularly in the schools that had multiple vacancies. And so we're making deep progress in those areas, really triaging. You know, when we have, say, 190 teacher vacancies spread out across our schools, as you can imagine, it's disparate impact for particular schools, and then other schools, it might be one or two. Thus far, we've been able to cover those with substitutes and other means. But right now, OHC is still continuing to process every day and the weekends to be able to get teachers and paraprofessionals in there. We've made more headway on the paras of late. The areas of need can, I think, continue to sort of be streamlined. ESL is a big one. And, you know, we're really trying to, and we'll have to continue to build our own pipeline in this area because there's just a shortage. And so I think our recruitment efforts there and partnerships with the universities to be able to offer more opportunity there. Science is another, and this was actually spoken about at the last state meeting that I went to. The way that we've been able to bridge this is that our science teachers who are internal, who are becoming coaches, we've been able to move them back into the classroom for the time being as we're continuing to recruit to fill those positions. Food service is another area that we continue to work toward, and bus monitors. Those would be the four I would lift up.
Yeah. And then are there any communities where you're seeing sort of greater impact or?
Not that I am aware of. I mean, I think this is pretty spread out. There are a few pockets of schools. I mean, CTE teachers is another one that actually I would say, again, these are not shocking, right? Like these are the ones that we have to kind of build the pipelines, and they often mirror the state shortage as well.
It's a hard time. So I'm thinking about you. I know that in October, you said you'd come back to us with another update. I think it would be helpful if in that update, you can give us some of that school specific data, just so just, you know, as we're thinking about that sort of monitoring and support. And then the second piece here is just around recruitment strategies. And you have probably heard, I know you've been watching, like I have been a huge proponent for thinking about hiring bonuses. We've seen it work in other school systems across the country, and thinking about ESSER funds directly in the pockets of the workforce. And so I'm not sure if this is the time to deploy that strategy, particularly on the heels of what is quite possibly going to be a successful labor contract as well with BTU.
Yes, I think it's a good and interesting recommendation. And so we'll be definitely taking a look at that, and we can include some update to that if that is going to be part of the strategy when we present.
Cool. And then my last question in my 16 seconds, you mentioned chronic absenteeism data. I have asked for this data before, so it's on your first time with us. It is just like a beautiful thing to hear you talk about it, but also recognize it as a strategic priority for understanding our graduation rates and the sense of belonging that is necessary in order for kids to see this journey through. Is there data that you're ready to share with us around our current chronic absenteeism rate year over year?
So what I'd like to do is to be able to present that as part of the MCAS data, so that we can actually show it in the broader spectrum of what's happening at the state level as well, because I think that there's some mirror trends, but there's also some different trends.
Yeah.
This is an area that we have to come together as a community around, this and the dropout. You know, those two areas. So my full commitment on that, but we will make sure to include that in the MCAS, and also break down, the state right now has done 2 levels, a 10% and a 20%. I know you know this, 10% and a 20%. And you know, really the 20% is a non-factor, right? Like we can never think about a student being out 36 days. So we need to set our markers by the 10%. And that has to be the improvement levels.
Yeah. And it's just like, you know, this, it is terrifying. I'm sure you're seeing the numbers increase post-COVID because of the ways that we were, we lost an ability to keep closer contact with our most vulnerable kids. And so I feel incredibly hopeful that you have named this as a priority. It's an easy one to lose because they are not our loudest voices.
That's right.
They're often the softest voices in the room because they're just not there. So I am incredibly thankful that you named this tonight as a priority.
And I would also say that as we think of our overall dropout strategy prevention, there is it for those students that have dropped out or timed out, and there are for the pipeline that we need to stop. And that pipeline starts back at like age 12. And so we have to be looking at the data at both ends, not just reacting to the end of the students that have timed out or dropped out. We also have to have enough of a menu to bring those students back to where they are, as opposed to bring them back to the very situation from which they dropped.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a sobering conversation, but I'm thankful that you're willing to have it with us.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mehta.
Okay, a few quick questions. So first one is kind of, I'll mention it briefly at the end. But my first one is, how will you work on making sure the food lunches are equitably distributed? Because my school, this year we have amazing school lunch, but last year it was just kind of like, my school had open campus, literally everybody would use it.
Mm.
So yeah.
So this is a really good question, Diego, because I think this is about our partnerships, and part of the reason why I was celebrating City Fresh and going out, and then also working with Shaw Foundation to look at the other schools, was to be able to make sure that we have the breadth to cover all of our schools, so that there is really good, healthy, you know, culturally relevant lunches for our students in a way that also fits the grade levels for the students, high school versus younger students. And so that is in a very intentional model of partnering. And I think, you know, Deputy DePina, I don't know if you want to add to this, because I know you're intimately involved in the food and nutrition component.
Yeah, I would just say that just to remind folks that we do have 2 different type of service delivery models, right? The ones that we prepare freshly in, and those that are still haven't converted over to doing that model, right? So the idea is that regardless of what type of school you have to make sure, to Superintendent Skipper's point, that we make sure we have good, nutritious, and healthy quality meals, regardless of what type of school you do have.
That's right.
Thank you.
And my second question, kind of a complaint, kind of a question. We'll see how this goes. So my school starts at 8, right? I got to school today, personally, at 8:10. And I was marked tardy. Right. But the thing is, for some reason, 3 unexcused tardies equals an absent. And like at that rate, I might not, like, at that rate, it's like, you're basically saying me not coming in for an hour and a half or 2 hours is equal to me not coming in 10 minutes late. And it's just kind of doesn't make sense.
Mhm. Okay, so I got the complaint part. I think the question part is, is there a way to look at that, have conversation and discussion about it, right? And I think the answer to that is yes. And Sam, I don't know if you want to talk, or Ms. Kelton, Chief Kelton wants to talk at all about, youth engagement and some of our student advisory to be able to raise up issues.
Yeah, we can definitely explore those options as well. I just also remind folks that we did change that policy last year when we did update the attendance policy. That change wouldn't occur, or the tardies didn't affect your grades. So I think what we need to do is work with the school leaders and our students to make sure we educate them to the new policy that we did away with that work. That was one of the changes that we did last year.
You're on mute.
That's, I think, it for now.
Ready. Thank you. I have a quick question. I know that we focus a lot on our older youth as we look at things around attendance, et cetera, as it relates to graduation rates. How are we looking at attendance amongst our youngest students? We have somebody who not in their channel. Thank you. Sorry.
So, Chair, on the attendance, and actually Chief Kelton can speak to this in terms of the attendance supervisors. It's regardless of the age. We're constantly looking at attendance, and I would say on the chronic absenteeism, while there are definitely more trends for the older students, it is not limited to the older students. I think what we've seen, especially post-pandemic, is a spike of chronic absenteeism even among our youngest.
Yeah.
And obviously with our younger students, right, as we're monitoring, it's important to engage the family as well with the younger students. But a younger student missing that kind of time, it's equally difficult, because they're missing like a chronic absent student that's missing 18 days is almost a month of school. And when you stop and think about the foundations that a student learns instructionally in a month of school, it's unrecoverable in many ways. So this is why we just have to help parents and families to figure out what the barriers are to having students be able to come regularly, and then work to solve that with the families, and also to help the families understand how much their students are missing when they're missing that type of time, even a school day. And I don't know, Chief Kelton, if there's anything else you want to add to that on the attendance side?
Yeah, so I think that part of it is also, really speaks to engaging our families so they can understand what happens in schools and strengthening that relationship, and meeting families where they are, right? So Superintendent Skipper mentioned that, understanding what the root cause is. And as we use our supervisors of attendance, we've assigned them to the network model that Superintendent Skipper has sort of reinstated for the district. And this helps to partner with our district social workers and also our operational leaders, right? So our district social workers are able to provide wraparound services, engage students and families in home visits, and connect them with resources both inside of school and outside of school, and really looking to strengthen our partnerships with community-based organizations that might help to eliminate any barriers that are not allowing for access to everyday education for our young people.
Thank you. Before we move on, are there any further questions? Great. Thank you. If there is no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the, is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to general public comment, the committee will receive a brief report on the agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union regarding health and safety for the school year 2022-2023. The committee will take action on this agreement later in the evening. At this time, I'd like to invite Senior Advisor Megan Costello to provide an overview of the health and safety agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, school committee members. Nice to see you this evening and members of the public. Megan Costello, Senior Advisor in the Superintendent's Office, here to present a very brief presentation, just 2 slides this evening. Earlier today, I actually had to sketch out to understand what year of COVID are we in. And this is now the 4th year that this pandemic has impacted our schools. And we've learned a lot over those years and continue to utilize many of the same mitigation strategies that we had at the beginning to make sure we're keeping our schools safe and our students and staff and families also feel that safety. As we prepared for this coming school year, we thought a lot about the impact this pandemic has had on our students' overall well-being. And as we have in the past, have provided guidance to our students and families on all of our COVID-19 protocols for this school year. As we've also done in the past, we've signed a memorandum of agreement, or an MOA, with the Boston Teachers Union regarding our COVID protocols for this year. This agreement is very similar to last year's agreement, and our ask of you tonight is to vote to approve the health and safety MOA with the Boston Teachers Union. I'll share a brief presentation just to give it a little bit of an overview, and then happy to answer any questions you may have. Next slide, please. So on the first slide here, I do want to just remind folks about all of our mitigation measures. I think it's really important as a district that, you know, COVID is a daily part of our lives. We are trying to move forward, but it is still something that's really important for us to be thinking about all the mitigation measures that we can take. So we have testing, we're distributing weekly test kits to our students and staff, and we have in-school symptomatic testing. We meet every day at 4 p.m. with health services and the Boston Public Health Commission to review any cases that have been reported and what action may be needed as a result of that. And we've also shared the COVID-19 positivity cases per school on our website using a dashboard. We continue to communicate with families about any positive cases that are diagnosed from in-school symptomatic testing. And we communicate, and in that case, masking is not required, but strongly recommended. And we communicate with cluster communication, so that's if 3 or more positive cases are identified in a classroom, the classroom is required to mask for 10 days. We've also begun to host vaccine clinics, and we're very excited to be at some of our open houses just this coming week. Masks are optional, but strongly recommended. And we do require them in certain situations, as I just spoke about. And we're continuing to monitor the community positivity and take advice from the Boston Public Health Commission, and we'll continue to do so on masking. We have a focus on air quality and ventilation. So we have air purifiers in every classroom and air quality sensors in every classroom as well. And finally, we have isolation spaces for our students and staff who test positive while in school. This is really, a critical piece to just make sure if somebody does test positive, it is going to happen, that they have a space that they can isolate in while they wait to be picked up or head home for the day. I'll give our interpreters a moment to catch up, but we'll go to our next slide. So the complete school year health and safety agreement can be found on our website. There's a link in this slide presentation for the public. But some highlights, I did want to include, obviously, our partnership with the BTU is very important to us. And, the goal of the MOA is to provide assurances to both the district and our school-based staff. So you'll see that, many of these things mirror the policies we already have in place with some more specific detail that might be provided. A few highlights for isolation spaces, as I just mentioned, will ensure that staff who might be monitoring a student who's positive will have access to the appropriate PPE, including KN95 masks. We'll provide masks and test kits for all of our staff, and including the properly fitted N95 mask for our nurses. And we're hoping we don't need this one, but we did learn that last year that when we see a big surge, we may need to temporarily contract with an external agency for nursing services. Again, we'll only utilize this if we need it, and we hope not to, but it's important that we're prepared. We will also have a COVID-19 coordinator. That's a stipend position at each school to support all related COVID-related activities, so testing, vaccines, reporting, communicating, etc. And nurses have the first right of refusal to that stipend position. And finally, in the MOA, we have the City of Boston has extended the 10 days of COVID-19 emergency sick leave. So these are for absences related to COVID-19. And with that, I hopefully have the shortest presentation in school committee history, and I'll take your questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Maida.
So I remember last year, the numbers were pretty darn inaccurate. And honestly, I have a feeling that's going to happen this year, and I think it already has, because my school is one of the schools with a COVID outbreak. And so like the number of emails versus what I'm hearing in school do not match up.
It's really important feedback for us to hear. I think one thing is we have policies on paper, but we want to make sure they're implemented correctly. So I would love to talk to you in more detail about what your experience has been. And BAA in particular, has been a school we've monitored very closely and been part of our conversations at a lot of our 4 o'clock meetings, because of the high risk activities and because sort of the different classes and different grades that intersect with each other at BAA. We have seen a higher caseload at BAA. And so, masking has been required for 10 days, either in specific classrooms and then school-wide once the numbers, excuse me, got a little higher. But again, would really love to, we have different communication protocols in place. So if there is a specific classroom outbreak, and then I know we did send a school-wide communication for the masking required at BAA.
Okay, I'm probably gonna ask another one, but let's let Mr. Alkins speak.
Dr. Alkins, go ahead.
Thank you. So along the same lines, right? So, obviously there's been conversation towards the beginning of the year about considering masks just for a period of time. I mean, we're beyond the scope of Labor Day or a Labor Day surge. I have a concern sort of as we move into particularly the flu seasons and expectations for case numbers to rise and things of that nature. I like the fact that so if I'm understanding correctly, if there is a outbreak or I guess a cluster of cases that are 3 or more within a classroom, that triggers a mandatory mask mandate or obviously deep cleaning and other protocols. How is that? Well, I guess more or less, how is that being regularly communicated to families so that they know what's going on in the classroom, like aside from the dashboard?
Sure. Yeah, really important question. There's a little bit of an echo. Okay, thanks. I think this is where the 4 o'clock calls that we do at the Boston Public Health Commission are really critical. Reporting, having everybody report, whether you're a staff or a student, if you are COVID positive, whether it happens in school or outside of school, it's really important that you use our COVID reporting forms so we can track this. And we work very closely with, when we look at the numbers and we see, okay, in classroom, 108 or whatever, there's 3 cases. It's a phone call to the school leader. It's a phone call to the nurse, what's going on in here. We don't quite do contact tracing anymore, right? But we ask questions to really inquire what the unique situation might be. And we determine that if this is, does qualify as a cluster, which it often does, if it's 3 or more, then we send it. We have a template that schools have that they, kind of fill in anything specific to the classroom that they send home that day to schools, to families. And then the next day, because masks are required, we will have masks available for those students and staff that also need them.
Oh, and yeah, my question about, I don't know if you all have been already talking to BPHC. I know we're in like the medium threat level at this point. Like 18.1 per 100,000 cases at this point. But is there any sense that they've spoken about, again, entering the later fall and the winter seasons? Has there been any discussion around that or around what they might anticipate?
Sure. One thing that's really what I've learned from COVID is that the future is really hard to predict, right? But we must be prepared. And so the Boston Public Health Commission, again, we speak every single day. They've been monitoring, right, and keeping us up to date about the medium level that we're at. And should that continue to move in an upward trend, I think there will be a strong recommendation from the Boston Public Health Commission that the superintendent and team will, be able to make some decisions on.
Okay.
Are there other questions?
Can I say something?
Yes.
So I know I briefly mentioned the statistics. Is it a matter of keeping the statistics or simply not reaching out to families when there is a new case because there are so many cases when outbreaks do happen?
Yeah, so we do rely on self-reporting, right? And so we have communicated to families, we'll be communicating again later this week to families to remind them that their student has a COVID test kit. They should test on Sunday night or Monday morning before coming back to school. Diego, I would love your help in recruiting some students, right? And really trying to get student voice involved and understanding the importance of testing, but then we also have to make sure people are reporting. And so we've tried to make it as simple as possible for families to just call the school and report, and there'll be some questions that they're asked so we can get all the accurate information. But schools often have a lot of information, right? They know Diego and what his schedule is and where he's been. And so, that reporting piece is really important. And then we ask staff, we have a little packet for our employees, that if they're positive, these are the steps they need to take. And one of those really critical pieces is the reporting piece of it. So, our data is not perfect. We're as transparent as we can be with the COVID dashboard that we have. But we do really need the public to know that reporting is really critical.
Can I offer an idea?
Please.
Maybe in those packets that you give out to teachers,
School committee.
could you maybe like ask, do you know if at least one of your students has COVID or something like that? Not that exact question, because I know for a fact that we all know who has COVID. Not we all know, but there's talk, right? There's talk. And sometimes we all know if the person's tells the people, but sometimes we don't all know. But for the most part we do. But like, it's not reported officially. However, the teacher knows, we know. It's kind of like, okay. So like, you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So you're saying that you think there are COVID positive students currently in school that haven't reported, or are you saying they're COVID positive, they're home, but they haven't reported?
Honestly, there's a
Or
lot
all of the above.
all of the above.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately there's way too many of the first.
So it's so important, right? And this is where personal responsibility matters a lot. Accountability from our peers and our friends really matters a lot. Communicating with our school nurses and educators matters. If you are sick, if you have the symptoms or you are COVID positive, you should not be coming to school. It's really important for everybody's safety that that message is spread far and wide. If you do think there might be somebody COVID positive at your school, I recommend maybe talking to your nurse or an educator. But the bottom line is you shouldn't be coming to school if you're sick. And then if you are home, it's important that you report it to us, right? So that we can do our best to understand the impact that it might have on the overall school community. I will say, most of our schools have at least had 1 or 2 cases, as we have expected. Other schools have spiked, not spiked, but had larger numbers, but they also have larger student populations. So we continue to monitor, each of these pieces. But as I said, it's really reliant on people and their personal responsibility to each other.
No, sure. I completely understand that. Can I clarify? I was specifically talking about people who don't show up, because they have already taken the responsibility of not showing up and of telling their peers.
Yeah. So again, maybe you and I can work together to get that reporting form out there, and make sure that people are using that form. And if we could do something simpler, right? Like I would love your ideas on that.
Okay, and I know Mr. Alkins wants to go, so.
I think we have a future chair on our hands.
No, it was actually just a clarification, like based upon what you said, Diego. You weren't, in the letter that you wanted to go to teachers, you were not suggesting that teachers knew of positive cases and weren't reporting them, right? I just want to be clear.
Ask that again. I'm confused.
I'm asking, were you saying that you were saying everybody knows who has COVID? Sometimes we know, sometimes like we don't know, correct? Were you saying that teachers know?
I was saying there are some instances where everybody knows. Some instances, not a lot of instances, because people like to keep it private. But there are some instances where there are teachers who know.
So
yeah, and I think that this is where, it's hard, I know that there might be, conversations happening at the school level, and those students may have reported, right? So if they're absent, but I think it's perfectly fine for a teacher to check in with a nurse, the school nurse, or, their school leader to say, the student's been absent for a couple of days. I think it's because they're COVID positive. Just want to make sure it's been reported. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it was being reported, teachers is checking on it, not that there's a intentional holding back of reporting. That's all I was trying to make sure of.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think you're muted.
Yes, are there any final questions? Okay, thank you. The committee will look forward to taking action on this agreement later this evening. We'll now move on to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 15 speakers this evening. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name you used to sign up for public comment. That will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. I'll now invite our Spanish interpreter to offer support for our first set of speakers. We'll begin this evening with Carla Paredes, followed by Milagros Feliz, Sherry Kelleher, Eliza Novick, Nancy Lesson, and Sharon Hinton. If you could all please raise your hands virtually. Okay, it looks like Carla and Milagros are not signed into the meeting. Is Sherry Kelleher with us? She is not. Let's try Eliza Novick.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me, school committee and Superintendent Skipper. My name is Eliza Novick. I'm the Director of Food Access at the Shaw Family Foundation located in Boston. As all of you know, the City of Boston, Boston Public Schools, and the Shaw Foundation have collaborated since 2017 on the transformation of the school food program in BPS. Together, we installed kitchens in the 75% of schools that did not have them, adding hot and cold service lines and enabling scratch cooking in every school. These changes got rid of plastic-wrapped, individually packaged meals, increased student choice, and created 3 times as many local jobs. Today, our child-centered approach to school meals was highlighted at the White House Nutrition Conference as an example of innovation in child nutrition. The change that we created in Boston is a national model for how to do school food right. Fresh cooked food that is nutritious, delicious, and offers choice to young people. Congratulations and thank you for your partnership. As BPS continues to fill cafeteria staff roles so we can resume scratch cooking in every kitchen across the district, we offered this thought for your consideration. With over 80 open positions for food service professionals, BPS should reconsider its stance that cafeteria staff be primarily English speaking. Every kitchen has a touchscreen oven that uses images instead of words, and BPS can translate any recipe into any language. There is no reason to exclude viable candidates, many of whom are BPS parents, caregivers, family members, from applying for a job in our school kitchens. We thank BPS for our continued partnership and look forward to working with the district to bring all kitchens back online so that every student in BPS can enjoy delicious, nutritious meals cooked in-house with students at the center of Boston's school food model. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lesson. Hi, good evening.
I'm Nancy Lesson, Jamaica Plain, grandmother of 4 BPS elementary school students, mother of a BPS high school teacher, member of BPS Families for COVID Safety and Mascosh Health Technical Committee. Today's Boston Globe reported on COVID cases increasing sharply among Massachusetts children, saying experts tied this to students back in school spreading virus to each other. Comparing COVID cases in BPS's first 2 weeks of school last year, when all were masked and there were weekly PCR testing, with cases in the first 2 weeks of this year, here's what we see. For example, BAA, 1 case last year, 39 this year. O'Brien, 0 last year, 40 this year. Dudley Street Neighborhood School, 0 last year, 24 this year. Sumner Elementary, 0 last year, 26 this year. BLS, 0 last year, 79 this year. BPS COVID cases in the first 2 weeks of school this year are 6 times higher than the first 2 weeks last year. COVID still puts children and adults in hospitals. New studies from Case Western Reserve School of Medicine show children who had COVID with a greater risk of developing type 1 diabetes, and seniors 65 and older who had COVID linked with a greater risk of Alzheimer's. FAMCOSA has advocated for strong protections in schools, good ventilation, filtration, take-home rapid tests, vaccine clinics, and universal masking and weekly PCR testing, at least tied to certain metrics. There are outbreaks in schools now, but BPS has yet to define an outbreak or state protective measures to be instituted. Families in schools with what we call outbreaks have received letters stating things like, quote, in consultation with the Boston Public Health Commission, BPS COVID-19 Health Services is recommending that all students and staff be required to wear well-fitting masks for 10 days. Is it left to school leaders to make final decisions? For months, we've been calling for transparency, clear metrics tied to specific protective changes. At the Boston Public Health Commission September meeting, Board Chair Dr. Galea defended a lack of thresholds. Quote, it's very hard for us to set thresholds for October 1st, not knowing what the variants are going to look like, unquote. My 4 BPS grandchildren know that on October 1st, we'll still be dealing with BA5, the most transmissible variant yet. Transmission in our schools puts students, staff, families, communities at risk. It is time to think about equity again. It demands strong protections along with clearly stated metrics, prompt interventions. Welcome, Superintendent Skipper. We're looking forward to working with you on this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Hinton, followed by Mike Heichman, John Mudd, Erin O'Brien, and Sarah Horsley. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Sharon Hinton.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Hinton, mother of a BPS graduate, former BPS student, educator, community activist, Hyde Park homeowner, and executive director of Black Teachers Matter Incorporated. Welcome, Superintendent Skipper. May your tenure as superintendent be successful, productive, and beneficial for you, your family, and most importantly, for the families, teachers, and the whole of BPS. Also welcome BSAC student rep Diego Meta. That being said, Do you really know what you're in for? I know I'm not alone in hoping for the best, but have too many receipts for the worst of what has transpired. My personal honeymoon was wonderful and magical, and I have no doubts that this honeymoon period as the new superintendent will be wonderful and magical as well. I encourage you, however, to pull back the curtain to Oz BPS, and in doing so, be willing and courageous in having the difficult conversations with those closest to the problems and the pain. While I applaud the efforts of the Boston School Committee et al., I also know that too many decisions have been made in closed meetings and shadows. There are still questions about why there have been such short tenures of BPS superintendents, so many. What are the current and real numbers regarding teacher recruitment, hires, fires, disciplinary policies, and procedures, especially as they pertain to Black and Brown teachers, administrators, and students in BPS? In addition, how are you, as the most senior BPS leader, going to communicate your vision to our families on a regular basis so parents, students, and teachers no longer feel blindsided about decisions and actions taken by the superintendent, the administration, the school committee, and the mayor? I encourage you to continue to examine your own biases and privilege while you lead a system where the majority of students and families don't look like nor come from a background that reflects the majority of the top leadership of BPS. I encourage you also to please try your best to avoid the politics and be honest and transparent when it does. I believe addressing those concerns would be a big step towards building trust with families and communities moving forward. Open conversations, continued communications, transparency, and no hesitation in providing mea culpas when appropriate, and that would be great. COVID has showed us the best of times and the worst of times. All the best to you and your administration as we all collectively move forward to recover lost learning, recruit, retain, and support our educators with an intentional approach and focus toward Black and Brown teachers, special education teachers, parents and students, English language and multi-language learners, and all of those connected. Enjoy the honeymoon because it won't last long enough before the real work of relationship building and true collaboration continues. Welcome, Superintendent Skipper, and I and Black Teachers Matter look forward to working with you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Heichman.
Mike Heichman, Dorchester, Beja. Welcome to the age of Mary Skipper. May your reign be long and successful. Welcome, Diego Meza. I'm very impressed with your first meeting. Keep on telling it like it is. We need a reality check. Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Confusion about people's roles in an organization leads to dysfunction. I have read the school committee's bylaws. Have they been changed since 2005? Is there another document that explains your procedures? My understanding is the school committee, not the mayor, sets school department policies and hires, evaluates, and if necessary, fires our top school leader. If my understanding is wrong, please tell me now. If I'm right, I request that you pass a resolution confirming your roles and responsibilities. You have allowed Mayor Walsh and Mayor Wu to fire our school leaders, both of them who you have given positive evaluations. These inappropriate firings have been harmful, disruptive, and should never happen again. Your failure to do your job shows why we need an elected school committee. Where in the bylaws or any other document spells out the powers of the chair of the school committee? Ms. Robertson nominated Dr. Eccleston to be the acting superintendent. Did she have the power to do so? Could the rest of you have nominated someone else? The school committee needs to create a policies and procedures document. Everyone's roles should be clear, not only to you, but to the community. A school system must be a learning organization. The school committee, with the participation of the community, should conduct an evaluation of the school system during the 3 years of Dr. Cassellius' leadership. What went well should be built upon. What can we learn from what went poorly? The school committee needs to come up with a new plan, working with our new superintendent, our educators in the community. We need to come up with a long-range plan to transform a dysfunctional system into one where all of our children will receive a high-quality 21st century education. Does the Boston School Committee and Superintendent Skipper oppose racism? DESE is a racist, colonizing, and bullying institution. The primary method that it uses to evaluate schools is the racist MCAS system. Most of the schools that DESE has deemed to have failed are predominantly inhabited by Black and brown children. All of DESE's colonizing efforts have failed to improve our children's education.
20 seconds.
The latest DESE outrage is that it has decided to raise the scores needed for our children to pass the racist MCAS test in order for them to receive their high school diploma. This is awful news for our children and their education. What will the school committee and Ms. Skipper say and do about this latest racist attack? As a first step, I request that you instruct the school department to do a study on the effects of this new policy. We must resist this horrendous racist attack. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mudd.
Okay, did I make it?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, sorry, I'm still clumsy. My name is John Mudd. I'm a resident of Cambridge and a longtime community education advocate in Boston. Another welcome, Superintendent Skipper. I appreciate your thoughtful and comprehensive report and look forward to working with you as we face the challenges that confront BPS. But obviously, as an advocate, I feel a need to state a few of the high priority issues I think you, the school committee, and all of us need to face together. First is a concern for the integrity of the school committee itself as a chief policy maker for the Boston Public Schools. Many of us felt the school committee was circumvented in the development of the Memorandum of Understanding with DESE. As we understand it, the school committee did not receive the full policy documents before they were sent to DESE and DOJ. That's wrong. Second, the school committee and you need to make clear that the MOU is not a full statement of BPS's priorities. It does not include a priority for elimination of achievement gaps, for teacher diversity, or even mention of goals for Black students, much less goals for the literacy of all students. If there are changes in the strategic plan, let's have a public debate, not just behind the scenes discussions of an MOU with DESE. Third, we are now at a stage where the implementation of the MOU requires the submission of plans for English learners with disabilities, and special education inclusion come to the school committee. Some of us have been consulted about the plan for English learners and have expressed very serious concerns about it. We have not yet seen a revision based on these comments. My concern is that often these consultations seem to be treated like checking off boxes, where there's a consultation with a group and then it's reported to you with the implicit message that there is concurrence in the final document. That's not always true. I want to make a somewhat radical proposal. The school committee should require that selected stakeholders present their views of plans simultaneously with BPS staff, so that the committee has a full understanding and opportunity for discussion of the issues and strategies at stake. Finally, on equity. The equity statements are supposed to include an evaluation of the data, a statement of lessons learned, and projected impact on each of the marginalized groups like Blacks, Latinos, English learners, and students with disabilities. I have never seen an equity statement that had these lessons learned and projected impact on marginalized groups in them. Maybe you should start requiring this with the equity statement on school merger proposals that will come before you soon. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erin O'Brien.
Good evening, and thank you for making the time to hear my comment. My name is Erin O'Brien, and I live in Beacon Hill. I'm the parent of a K-2 student at Warren Prescott. I want to thank the teachers, administrators, and support staff at Warren Prescott for making the start of the school year a wonderful experience for my daughter. I'm here tonight to make a statement about my experience with our bus service. I was surprised when listening to the September 14th school committee meeting to hear school officials give a positive update on the bus situation, as my experience has been much different. There have been 15 school days, 13 for the kindergartners so far this year. My daughter's morning bus arrived late at the stop and delivered students late to school for the first 8 days of the school year, the first 6 days for kindergartners. On average, students arrived 30 minutes late for school, and on at least one occasion, they were more than an hour late for school. This was a very difficult way for young students to adjust to a new school and a new school year. For the last 7 school days, the bus has arrived late to the stop, but has delivered students to school on time. As for our afternoon bus, in the 15 days of school, it has been canceled 2 times. It has been late to deliver our students back to their stop 11 times, and it has been on time 2 times. Many times the bus drops students off 30 to 45 minutes late, and students have spent more than an hour on the bus to make the 1.5-mile trip from Charlestown to Beacon Hill. Each day it seems to have a different driver and takes a different route. I understand the driver shortage and traffic are issues somewhat beyond the control of BPS, but it seems for routes that have no regular driver or routes with a substitute driver that there should be access to GPS equipment that can guide each driver through their route and between their routes. On multiple occasions, I've used the GPS tracker to watch drivers drive in circles for 30 minutes or more, sometimes with students on the bus. The technology exists and is readily available. It is unacceptable for students to be waiting on street corners, late for school, or riding on the bus for an unreasonable amount of time because the driver is navigating a neighborhood they are unfamiliar with when the technology exists to assist them. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Horsley, followed by Damali Simmons, Ruby Reyes, Cheryl Buckman, Roxy Harvey, and Edith Bazile. If you can please raise your hands in Zoom. Sarah Horsley.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Horsley. I live in JP and I have a 4th grader in BPS. A year ago, I helped to start BPS Families for COVID Safety. FAMCOSA represents families across the district and includes pediatricians, experts in ventilation, and families with children who have unique health and education needs. We share the district's goal to keep students in school and appreciate BPS's past COVID safety efforts, such as maintaining universal masking into last spring. I'm glad to hear Superintendent Skipper emphasize a commitment to transparency, equity, and true family engagement. However, BPS needs to do better. In preparation for the current school year, FAMCOSA recommended a robust and equitable COVID plan. We are frustrated because we do not feel that our voices are being heard. The plan that BPS released on August 31st, which was just 1 week before school started, is inadequate and inequitable. There's no universal masking, and the only testing done in schools is symptomatic testing. Last year, we had weekly PCR testing for all students who opted in. So this means we're largely flying blind. Further, BPS and the city are not sharing with families what metrics you are using to define school outbreaks or a district-wide surge when that comes. The district is also not telling us what interventions you're putting into place to contain outbreaks and to manage surges. At the very least, during school outbreaks, district-wide surges, and after holiday breaks, we call for universal masking and more robust in-school testing. Please don't leave us in the dark. We know what our families and communities need, and we want to be partners with you. While we wait for answers from the district, here's some of what we're hearing from families. There are outbreaks in at least 2 high schools, Boston Arts Academy and Boston Latin School. As Nancy mentioned earlier, across the district, cases during the first 2 weeks of school this year are 6 times higher than during the first 2 weeks last year. Some schools are being proactive in responses to clusters of cases, while other schools seem slower to respond. There was also delayed distribution of at-home rapid testing, which limited the effectiveness of this inadequate testing effort. So in conclusion, BPS's opaque and inadequate COVID response is not working. Instead, the district and the city are yet again failing BPS families who are majority Black and Brown. This is the very definition of inequity. We need you to do better, and we're waiting to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Damali Simmons is not signed into the meeting, so our next speaker will be Ruby Reyes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. We'd like to welcome as Beja new Superintendent Mary Skipper. This is your first week, and our community welcomes you. In your public interview, Superintendent Skipper, you shared that you were ready for this role, and BPS families need you to hit the ground running. As a new school year has started, Beja continues to be concerned with the lack of communication and transparency to families and students. Your leadership, Superintendent Skipper, is an opportunity to move the district in a way that prioritizes parents, students, and educators, ensuring that their voices and solutions are implemented, rather than continuing this vicious cycle and history of gaslighting and dishonesty. BPS families have urgent needs that require immediate work and attention. Dr. Drew Eckelson has been sharing progress on the Systemic Improvement Plan through school committee meetings. We know that the experience of families on issues of transportation is vastly different from the colorful slides of statistics. We ask that you investigate the transportation needs of families who are not getting pickup or follow-up services. The helpline seems to be capturing data, but families have reported no answer at times. The bus driver's contract was previously blamed for many of the problems. However, TransDev seems to be the common denominator on bus issues. Their contract is being reconsidered for renewal, even with continued ongoing issues. You spent considerable time talking about food in your report. I think many of our families would have wanted to hear more details on what else is happening with improving transportation. In addition, decisions behind school mergers, closures, and grade configurations continue to be made with inconsistency, and many families are left out of school decisions. With considerable funds being invested in school cameras, we ask that you match those funds to invest in proven restorative justice practices, including training and staffing, to ensure there is a focus on creating safe school culture. In addition, we ask that you start sharing transparent metrics that are used to create COVID policies on closures, clusters, and mask mandates. We ask that while you start your first week, we understand how much you have going on. However, BPS families need you to act urgently and swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Buckman.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Buckman. I'm a parent of a fourth grade student who attends the Dever Elementary, and I'm a member of FAMCOSA. I reside in South Boston. My son suffers from physical and emotional impairments. Since we've been in the COVID surge for close to 3 years, my son last school year missed 10 days at the start due to being in a close contact and later on developing symptoms. When he returned to school, he was very scared of bringing home the virus to his family and to his grandmother, whom visits him on a regular basis. Once the mandate was dropped in June, 5 days later, my son tested positive for COVID, then passed it through the house, thus causing me to catch COVID for a second time to delay my surgery. It's not fair that at this time into the pandemic that children should having to be choosing between their health or their education. This should never be a thought that crosses my child's mind or any child's mind. Choosing between my child's education or his health should not be a choice that I, as a parent, have to make. This pandemic is far from over, and the school year is underway. Many Boston residents continue to suffer from acute to severe long-term illness, thus making them miss either days of work or school. COVID infections continue to be on the rise in Boston schools. What we need is clear metrics to know when masking comes into play and when it's safe to remove them. We need a masking mandate after holiday breaks and more testing in schools, not just the rapid tests sent home. We need a clear system to alert families of when a positive case is at their child's school. What we need is a flexible plan designed for how COVID is affecting us now and plans that we can use in the future. Students and teachers need support instead of being penalized for missing days. At this time, BPS must guarantee a safer environment for families whose children need in-person learning while giving those that have to miss the same learning experience from home. I know that BPS is committed to safety of its teachers, students, and community. I believe the time is now to take those protective measures, and we currently have to put them to good use. I will close with this from a quote from my 10-year-old. Masking up in school keeps our friends, families, teachers, and staff safe. I don't want to go back to the way it was before when I was away from all my friends and family at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxy Harvey.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So hi, my name is Roxy Harvey. I am the current chair of Boston SPEDPAC, the Boston Special Education Parent Advisory Council, which is made up of all BPS parent volunteers and students with disabilities. First, I want to say welcome to Superintendent Skipper and the student representative, Diego Meta. Superintendent Skipper, I appreciate hearing tonight in your report about inclusion being for all students, including academically advanced students, multilingual learners, special education students, and all students, along with you, including accountability and genuine family engagement within your goals, because those are things our families have been asking for a very long time. We look forward to hearing a detailed plan for special education in particular, inclusive of services and options for students based on need. I'm speaking tonight based on the emails, calls, and concerns raised during our SPEDPAC meeting on September 22nd. We had approximately 200 families on a Zoom meeting that was focused on basic special education rights and an update from transportation. The cry for help from our families, even before they went into the transportation breakout room, was disheartening. Our families described how our children have spent more time out of school because our children are not picked up from their door-to-door transportation stops. That is an accommodation in their individualized education plan, IEP. Although there wasn't time to hear everyone's story, there was a clear common theme. The connection point for our families was when we want our children to be able to safely get to and from school. Our families also wanted to be able to keep their jobs and stop having their livelihood put at risk to get their children to and from school. Many of our parents actually don't have any alternative ways to get their students to schools. The bus is it for some of us. One story told described a 3-year-old that finally began to thrive in their new classroom. However, there was so much inconsistency with the child being picked up from home to get to school, and then sometimes with a late bus to even get home, where the child would have to wait 2.5 hours after school ended just to be able to potentially get a late bus, or the families are just encouraged, well, we need you to come get the children, and that's not always an option. Our families have called the helpline and have experienced 45-minute waits. They have had representatives commensurate with them, but basically say, we agree your child should have been picked up, but there's nothing we can do. What we need you to understand is that some of our most vulnerable students are being denied a free and appropriate public education FAPE because of their IEP transportation services are not being provided. They can't get to school or home, which can be very traumatic and triggering and creates additional challenges, including school avoidance. If you can't get our children to school, you can't provide FAPE. In summary, I would just ask that You ask the questions and provide answers on deeper questions about the skip door-to-door stops, the skip monitor required stops, and how the students that are scheduled to ride those that are currently listed as 0.7% of the trips that are uncovered. How are those children getting paid if you know you have 0.7% of trips that children are riding on that can't get to school? At a bare minimum, we're entitled to pay for all of our children. And waiting to the end of October when 34 drivers are trained, we can't keep waiting and not planning in advance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Our next speaker is Edith Bazile.
Good evening. I want to start out by welcoming our Superintendent Skipper. We are really delighted that you have come back, returned to Boston Public Schools, and we look forward to collaborating with you around improving educational outcomes for our students. I'm sure that we share the critical, urgent need in education for our students to gain access and equity. That equity, as we know, is primarily racial equity because our students cannot wait to the education to which they're entitled. I want to echo the statements by our illustrious chair of the SPEDPAC in terms of transportation, but I also want to state that BPS has a problem, and the problem is how we build infrastructures of support so that the district is not reactive, but is responsive to the patterns and also to the data on underachievement. I really feel very encouraged, Superintendent Skipper, with your opening statement and your experience as students. We want all students to have that inspiring story that they have had an educational experience that has been excellent, encouraging, and inspired them to become teachers. But we know that's not true for all students. We particularly know that is not true for Black students who are left behind. And when I talk about Black students, I'm talking about students across ethnic and linguistic groups. We have to acknowledge the educational injustices that have occurred historically for Black monolingual English speakers. These are those who have been ignored. They've been ignored before desegregation and post-desegregation. Our district must be willing to acknowledge the damage that has been caused by the process of civil rights, desegregation, and the trauma that for generations our monolingual Black students have experienced in the city of Boston, and also the fallout when it comes to English learners who are also Black learners. We often say ELs, we say monolingual students, but we don't talk about them as Black students. And we know for sure that the intersectionality of race, the linguistic racism, and is a problem in this district. You know, it's like you don't see color when it comes to ELs. We simply say ELs, but these ELs are Afro-Latinos, they're Cape Verdean, they're Somalian, they're Haitian, they're students from all over the continent of Africa. So I say, let's have a conversation about the unrealized right to high quality instruction for Black students. Let's have a conversation about anti-Blackness, which is the root of racism. Let's discuss racial equity in literacy for those students who have been left behind, who are in the school to prison pipeline. Literacy is the gateway for all learning. And we know that our Black students have not received it across ethnic and linguistic groups. We know that when ELs get strong native instruction, they meet or exceed grade level expectations. We have to do that for Black monolingual English speakers as well, because they have linguistic diversity, and we have to acknowledge that, and we have to address that. I want to really emphasize the prioritization of school police tells our students that we don't trust them, that we see them as dangerous, and we need to really take a look at school policing and why so many resources are spent on that. We don't have any mass shootings in Boston Public
Excuse me,
Schools.
Ms. Bazile.
But I just want to
You're past your
emphasize
time.
that it is the trauma, the trauma that has been inflicted for generations on Black students that BPS must stay. We are not students. We are not people of color. We are not colored people. We are Black. And this district has to become comfortable with saying Black students. And so I encourage us to have a conversation, and thank you so much. We're so excited for you to be here. Let's talk further. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker this evening is Carla Paredes. She'll be supported by our Spanish interpreter.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Carla Paredes. Primeramente,
Adelante.
ok,
Adelante, Carla.
quiero pedir excusa porque cuando me llamaron estaba ausente por cuestiones de trabajo.
My name is Carla Paredes. First of all, I want to apologize because the first time you called me, I was not here because of work.
Soy madre de 2 estudiantes de la escuela de la BPS.
I'm a mother of 2 students at the Serrat School at BPS.
Vivo en 50 Bedford Street, Jamaica Plain.
I live at 50 Bedford Street, Jamaica Plain.
Quiero darle las gracias por realizar esta reunión para permitir que las familias compartieran y expresar sus esperanzas.
I want to thank you for doing this meeting and giving the families the opportunity to share their hopes,
Su experiencia.
their experience.
Soy partícipe de la iniciativa de estabilidad.
I take part of the capacity of this
Por la familia FLSI High Group.
for the families of FLSE
En las escuelas Rafael Hernández.
and the school Rafael Hernández.
Gracias a este programa,
Thanks to this program,
nos impactó positivamente a mi familia haciendo un sueño realidad.
my family was impacted in a positive way, making a dream come true.
Quiero darle las gracias grandemente
A big thank you
a High Group
to the High Group
por el apoyo, la atención,
for their support and their attention,
la ayuda desde un principio, dando seguimiento cada día,
their help from the beginning, giving us follow up from day one
cada paso de este proceso.
on each step of the process.
Esperando que puedan seguir brindando su apoyo
I hope you can continue giving us their support
a cada persona necesitada
to each of the persons in need
y haciendo sueños realidad. Muchas gracias.
and making dreams possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. That concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is extremely important to us. Our first action item this evening is grants for approval totaling $69,882,532. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Hi, I have a question about the IDEA grant, the $17 million one. I'm just curious, and maybe it's in here and I'm just not seeing it, but it seems like a chunk of the money is being, or the majority of the money is being spent on personnel. And I'm curious if there's a breakdown of district versus school-based personnel that's in this expenditure.
Hi, Nate Cooter, Chief Financial Officer. Thanks for that question. We definitely can provide a breakdown of that. The difference, the majority of the IDEA grant is held centrally. There are some school-based program directors that are allocated out individually to schools, but it's primarily to support the main special education programming at the district level. And I would just note that from a school versus central perspective, the central office spending, we sometimes categorize into two buckets. The first is what traditional sort of central office, which is the management and support of different programs, versus what we call school services budgeted centrally. So a lot of the central office spending are special education resources that you see allocated out to schools, like related services supports, ABA service supports, some of which are budgeted centrally.
Is there any fear, given the staffing crisis, particularly in special ed programming, that as we're adding to central positions, we might be eating our young, right? Like taking our own teachers out of classrooms, creating greater vacancies and pulling them into central positions?
In the case of IDEA in particular, this is all, the IDEA grant has been fairly stable for us over the last few years. And so this doesn't represent a significant increase on IDEA in terms of central FTEs.
Okay.
So that's not a concern in this case. Of course, at anytime we're creating new central positions, I think that's always a concern, and we're trying to be thoughtful about the timing and when we pull resources from schools.
And so last question here, how many new positions will this create?
New positions created on IDEA in particular?
Yeah.
It's a great question. I don't have that information in front of me. I would have to get back to you, but I don't believe, I think the answer is that there's no new positions created on IDEA. The other thing I'll just note in terms of a budget process, for our federal entitlement grants, including IDEA, Title I, Title II, we project the revenue and include those that projected revenue in the school committee tables that we present to you during the February budget process. So this update that we bring to you for the official vote on these allocations is in relation to the official award that we got from the federal government through DESE. And so it's the budgeting process is taking a holistic approach in February. And so that you'll see our total FTE growth or FTE budgeting process all done as part of the whole budget process. This isn't a whole set of new positions that we're creating at this point in the year. They were all created, posted, filled throughout the spring.
Copy. Thank you.
I'd just like to ask, can I put it up on the screen so people can understand what we're talking about? Because just mentioning this is kind of confusing. All right, I'm gonna do it. Nobody has any objections.
Go ahead.
Clicking that. Okay, so the one we were just talking about was this one.
So do you have a question you want to raise?
No, I was just trying to provide context.
Oh, okay, I understand. Yes. Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have one. Actually, I mean, I guess it can be applied to all the grants. It's just, have we instituted sort of a way in which we can receive sort of mid-year and or final year updates, just so that we can monitor sort of the progress like of these grants, like essentially? I know that they're going to do work. I think about like particularly the one, it's not on the screen right now, but referring to sort of, you know, the PIC developing career readiness programming. That's part of like a $3 million grant. And I'm just curious about how we'll be monitoring the progress there to see the efficacy of the programming. So, and then, like I said, that could apply very generally across the board.
Nate Cooter, Chief Financial Officer. Again, thank you for that question. I do think it's important for us to be able to provide you with regular updates on our grants. We've discussed creating a grant outcomes report that provides both an updating on our spending and some of the updates on the measures as we've presented as part of the proposals. We are scheduled to come back to the school committee in December as part of our typical financial update. In which case we're planning to provide you with more information, and look forward to feedback if there's specific parts of a grant outcome report that you'd want to make sure we include, so we can provide you with the latest and best information.
Thank you. Superintendent Skipper.
Yes, through you, Chair. I was also going to add, because I think it's actually a really good suggestion or request. Where I've seen this really effective is to do it in the context, like contextually. So when we're doing a presentation, so say on special education, for it to be incorporated as part of the presentation, what are the main grants that are fueling the work? Same with career readiness, when we're doing post-secondary outcome and we're talking about the secondary office, to make sure that we're mentioning particular grants that are supporting the work. So in that way, it makes sense to school committee for the context of the work. You know, and frankly, it ties outcome. So, we can say that through the support of these grants, we've been able to do X, Y, and Z. It's just, I find it's easier to understand it rather than just have a litany of the grants and outcomes artificially and kind of separately. So if that would be acceptable, that's something that we could work toward in our central presentations to you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Diego, can you please stop screen sharing? Thank you. Thanks. Are there any other questions? Sorry. Ms. LaPera.
Sorry, Madam Chair, this isn't a question, but more, my husband works for one of the entities mentioned in these grants. So when we do go to vote, I'll be abstaining from the vote.
Thank you. Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Just one more thing too, as we're thinking, Superintendent, about the presentation, I agree, and Dr. Alkins has talked about this before, and I don't know if there's a way, even like this IDEA grant, right, where the goals, I suspect, and I'm, first year on the committee, like year over year are probably not changing, but it would be helpful to know, did we meet the goal in the previous year? And then I think for any of these that require headcount, particularly as we're at part of our problem of practice, I think as a committee, is around creating accountability around the sort of staffing crisis that we're experiencing system-wide. It would be helpful to know what would be supporting existing positions versus what brings new positions in. And you weren't here for our budget conversations, but this was, I didn't vote yes on the budget. And this was my sort of grave concern moving into the staffing crisis that we're seeing now, was that we were adding more positions than we were going to be able to fill as part of that budget process. So I just, for my own clarity and organization, that would be a really helpful way of understanding what we're voting on and also measuring success along the way.
Sure, great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? So I need some technical support, because usually we approve all of the grants at one time. Given that Ms. LaPera will need to abstain for one, do we need to do these individually? I'm not sure if we have counsel or anyone here that can answer that question for me.
Madam Chair, I would suspect you could break it into two. One is first approve the specific one
Correct.
Ms. LaPera referenced, and then a second motion to approve all the others.
Yes, Chair.
Okay,
That'd be my recommendation too, Chair.
all right, thank you. Ms. LaPera, can you identify which grant?
Yes, it is the Title IV, Part A.
Okay. Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve the grant Title IV Part A as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the, or discussion for the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Abstain.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
Thank you. The grant is approved with 5 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to approve the rest of the grants as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The rest of the grants are approved unanimously.
thank you. Our next action item is the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union. You'll recall that at our last meeting, Senior Advisor Megan Costello reviewed highlights of the tentative 3-year agreement. I will now open it up to the committee for final questions and comments. Superintendent Skipper?
Oh, no, sorry. I think my hand was up from before.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello, would you like to make some remarks before? No?
Just here to answer any questions that folks may have.
All righty. Mr. Cardet Hernandez?
I think Mr. O'Neill had his hand up first, so he's welcome
Okay.
to go.
No, go ahead. You show up first on my screen, so that's why I called on you. Sorry, go ahead.
Some of this we've discussed privately, but I did share that I wanted to make sure it was noted. There are elements of the current contract that, I have that talk about sort of like from a vision lens, sort of how our values around special education and inclusion specifically. And I think coming off of the previous contract, there are elements that make sense for us to do that, though not typical in a labor agreement. I think we probably can all agree. I have shared some of these concerns, and there's a question embedded in here, but some of it is around the sort of system level responsibility for special education programming. And much of what this contract outlines is the school-based autonomy in designing special education programs. And it doesn't link the specifics around system accountability, as well as clarity around how this school level autonomy won't create confusion for families. And so I'm curious as a system, and I think it's just important for us to name it here, like how we're grappling with that. And Megan, I don't know how that conversation has made its way, or superintendent, into the planning process as you've launched this. You know, in a perfect world, a special education reform would go in tandem with this labor contract. And unfortunately, it seems like we're launching a labor contract without a very clear vision and systemic shifts that will happen centrally. And so I'm like saying it and then curious how that lands and where you're at.
So through you, Chair, I'll take
Okay.
that.
Right. Thank you.
So I think we are in the unique position where we are looking from a central position within the special education department, you know, relative to the DESE MOU, to what we've heard, you know, historically from our families' experiences and our students' experiences of needing to make some major changes at the central level with the construction of the department and the delivery of services. And within that, you know, we now have the opportunity, I think, with the labor contract that's before us, to take some important steps in a direction that, together with a thoughtful, comprehensive redesign, will enable us to give to our parents and students what they deserve. That it's not going to happen overnight, and it will not happen without working with our union partners around some of those decisions. So I think, you know, the hopeful piece to us of the labor contract is that a topic that is so important to all of our families, special education and all, was something that we were not able to talk or make changes in the past. And now we have that promise to be able to do that. So this will be something that I see, both because it's part of the DESE MOU, but also because it's part of our core work in this district, that we will be updating you regularly on as we begin this process of walking down the road with our unions.
Thank you. I don't see the timer up, so I will, but I suspect I'm at 5 minutes.
Are there other questions? Mr. O'Neill, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just wanted to follow up on a question that I had asked at the last meeting, Ms. Costello, about the cost of the contract. If you could just share that, please.
Sure. And I see my colleague David Bloom, Deputy Chief Financial Officer here. So I'm going to let him answer the numbers question.
Good evening, David Bloom, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. So we have a 3-year contract in place that's being voted on this evening. Over the course of the 3 years, we anticipate the total cost of that contract to be $141 million, a little bit higher than that. And the annualized ongoing cost to be $71 million per year. Our estimate for the increased cost in the current school year is a little bit shy of $50 million.
Of which we'll have a supplemental appropriation of was it 38, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, a little bit shy of $38 million is the supplemental we're requesting.
And the total incremental cost of this contract over the life of the contract would be?
Over the 3-year term of the contract, our estimate is it will be $141,651,361, to be overly precise.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the follow-up from the last meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Mr. Cadet Hernandez.
But there are, you know, the contract highlights the wages increase, which we've talked about, but there obviously is an additional personnel spend in order to realize inclusion system-wide. It was mentioned in our last meeting, the commitment from the mayor that obviously has a ripple effect for the system later as we add additional educators to the system. One that I believe obviously is of value, but I'm curious if there has been thinking around the additional needs for educators and paras and potentially special education administrators and what we think that need will be, and how that sort of what the desire is from what I believe is $50 million that the mayor is going to invest in this as a one-time investment, and what that actually will achieve, or is it a multi-year investment? What do we know and what do we think it will get us?
Yeah, so I think, and any of my colleagues should feel free to jump in here. We do know that this is going to be an upfront cost for a longer term result that we're looking for, and eventually, the cost savings we're looking for. If we can make every school in Boston, an all-inclusive school, maybe we'll have less out of district transportation. If we can, build all of our new school buildings, maybe there will be fewer for us to maintain, right? So like all of these things are interconnected, and yes, this is expensive, but our kids are worth it. We need to make sure we are budgeting for our most vulnerable students first. And we know that one of the things that was really important to the BTU and also to us is not that we're just checking a box of compliance, right? To say this student has their IEP met because they've got a teacher with these 3 licenses or whatever, but that the student outcomes are actually matching the investments that we're making. And so you'll see the results of this by those student outcomes. And I don't know, Linda or anybody else on the academic side that wants to chime in there.
Just while they're getting ready from the finance portion of your question, I'll just say that we're collaborative, finance and human capital are collaborating deeply with the academic team in building out our understanding of what these school designs might entail in terms of additional staffing, and understanding sort of how we can build a equitable and thoughtful process. And I know we've mentioned to the committee a number of times how we are working on a project to reimagine the way we do school funding in BPS, and this will be a critical part of that work. So we've already started the collaborative work with the academic team and are looking forward to updating the committee over the coming months about progress we're making towards having sort of sample designs and other things that are needed.
Is it typical to, and this may just be like historical here too, so help me understand, like, is it typical to do a contract of this size that would have real implications in staffing growth without even a behind the envelope frame of like what we think this will do, how this will actually grow personnel? Like, is it 200 new positions? Is it 500 new positions? Is it 20 new positions?
Yeah,
I think there's a little bit of like in the dark of like, what do we think this agreement will require us to do and importantly fund?
And what I'll say is we have the advantage of having some pioneer schools in this work. The Mary Lyon was in the news recently. And so we do have some baseline examples of what the cost framework is. That's part of how we got a commitment from the mayor to additional positions. But what I will say is different about this approach, and one thing I really appreciate about it is we didn't do a contract with a specific model built into it that's prescriptive and negotiated behind closed doors and is now being rolled out to the community. We've negotiated the conditions that will allow us to really do this work collaboratively with our schools, but also with our school communities. And that's really exciting, but for me as a finance person who has to estimate the cost of things, completely terrifying. And so it was a real balancing act. And Megan and I spent some late nights together talking over this. How do you balance the fiscal responsibility we have to ensure that this contract is not creating sort of an unmanageable mandate, while also making sure we've created the conditions to meet our students' needs? And I really do think we've made a good compromise here, in part because at the end, I think everyone felt like they wanted something a little bit different or a little bit more. And so that's often one of the signs of a good compromise, is all the parties sort of felt like they left something on the table.
And I appreciate your transparency here too, David, because it's the conundrum like I'm experiencing as a member of this body, right? Like the fiscal responsibility, the unknown of what this means, as well as the recognition that like there is massive reform that is necessary to achieve real justice for people with disabilities in our school. Like it's not even just about.
And I'll just to reiterate, it is tremendously helpful to have these bright spots in individual schools, be it the Lion or the Henderson or the Haley, or many other schools across the district that have been sort of piloting this work in their own ways and have given us at least some framework to know that we can do it, even if there's a lot of uncertainty.
I just want to recognize Dr. Viviani, who's been trying to get.
Thank you. Thanks, Megan. I just want to build actually on what you all are saying, is that we're really thinking about building on the community strengths and leveraging the strengths of each school community to design programs based on the I and the IEP, and how that's going to promote the outcomes for kids in their formative and summative assessments, and how we know that inclusion and in the LRE and providing a continuum of services, it promotes social emotional outcomes and academic outcomes for all kids. So that all of that, coupled with the things David is saying around leveraging community strengths, I think goes a long way into the work that we're trying to do and figure out together. So the fact that there's not like one model that we have in mind, I think is actually a strength as we dig into the work over the next few years.
The question, and I'm out of time, but I don't see any other hands up, but Chair, please cut me off.
No, go ahead.
I think that's builds on the sort of next question I have here, which is, part of this, this working conditions agreement says that schools will have time to do this planning. And I have shared this question privately. Like, I have concerns over that it doesn't have an expiration date. Like, is it 3 months of planning? Is it 6 months of planning? Is it 5 years of planning? And I think, to Dr. Viviana, what you're saying, like, if it really is rooted in the individualized nature of an IEP, we also recognize that that's an annual process. And so the needs change annually, as they should, because we should be seeing progress. So if schools are taking more than a single year to define their programs, then they're always planning for a process that is changing and is also not changing in a clear annualized way. Every kid's IEP changes at different times. So I have concerns about what we expect to happen during that planning process and the constraints that we put around it, the sort of time-bound nature of it. And I'm curious how you would respond to that.
I'll let Dr. Viviani talk to it, because I know she can certainly do a better job than I can, but I'll say two things were true for us in this work. There needs to be urgency to this work, and there needs to be things that we can start now across the board. And we have to build a solid foundation. If we don't build that solid foundation, then there will be cracks and we will not be successful for the long term. But Dr. Viviani.
Yeah, I just to highlight the urgency, the nature of the urgency that we feel for this work. And also what you remind me of is the continuous improvement cycle. We start something, we plan, we implement, we come back together, we look at all the data available and we say, what do we do better? What do we do well? And how do we improve next time? So I think you're right. I think this is going to be a continuous improvement cycle for each school. And it's going to look maybe a little bit different, but the bottom line is we have to implement the IEPs and provide LRE and make sure that we're getting outcomes for kids with disabilities, especially our multilingual learners. And that special ed is a service and not a place, I think, is where we need to start. And so I think it's going to look a little bit different, but definitely with urgency and with strong outcomes we're committed to in this work for sure.
I have two more questions, but Chair, I recognize I'm really over. So if there's someone who needs to get in or.
I want to check do other members have questions? I don't see any other hands, so we will allow you to have your 2 questions.
So the other question I have is I have heard this from families, which is like a real concern that the autonomy, and this is interesting conversation also as we will move our next chapter in tonight's conversation will be around Mission Hill, that there is a nature of this is rooted in school-based autonomy. Some of that might just be around design. And so like, I want to recognize that. But at the same time, for a parent, my fear is, does this mean schools can say that they don't serve my kid? Does this mean schools can design programs that don't serve my kid? And I see the sort of head shaking, but like, how do you then ensure that to be true? Because how do you then say, well, the school planned for X and this new student who just moved to Boston, new resident of Boston just a few years ago, right? We don't meet that we don't have a program or a classroom or something for that kid. Like, how does this level of school-based decision-making around program structure not lead to subsequent exclusion for kids who have more complex profiles?
Dr. Chin, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I was gonna say Dr. Chen.
Thank you, Chair. School committee member Carla Hernandez, thank you for bringing this up. And I know that in the language of the collective bargaining agreement, this does not show up, like your concerns don't show up there. And I want to really amplify that this does not mean a departure from following IDEA and federal and state laws around what is required for our students with disabilities. And I think what we are saying is that we want to ensure that those closest to our students who know them the best are able to be engaged and have agency to make decisions. However, that is also alongside oversight from the special education office. And part of what we are trying to do is have lessons learned from schools that have been engaging in inclusion strands, knowing that even in those cases, we have not yet met all the needs of our students. And we want to make sure that we don't have assumptions that just an inclusion strand checks a box, if you will, but what are we actually doing and how are we monitoring? Superintendent Skipper pushes us constantly about monitoring outcomes, in this case, certainly for individual students. So there's going to be sort of a balance of oversight, close oversight, and the monitoring of how students are doing, as well as really learning on the ground what teams can do together. When we talk about IEPs, the best IEPs are when all people who are included in the students' support are included at the table. And so what we see as a really big advantage here is being able to partner. We've always worked along our school leaders, but now we have this opportunity to partner with our teachers who are closest to our students to really devise a clear plan for inclusion. And I would not say it's going to be a million flowers blooming, because that can lead to well-intentions not resulting in the outcomes that we need for our students. And that's why there's a balance of both oversight and also the working on specific models that we know have been working for our students.
And I'll just add, Dr. Chen, I think one of the things during the negotiations that was really something we emphasized was the current contract language, 2/3 votes and ratios of, number of kids in classes, that was decision-making authority, right, that the union had. We want to make sure there's teacher input. Input is so important, but decision-making authority needs to be at the district level or at the school level, the coast, right? I mean, there's a whole team of folks that are going to be making these decisions, and we want to make them in collaboration. But the input is what I see as what the contract language is, not the decision-making authority.
I appreciate that. I see the superintendent's hand. up, so
Superintendent.
I want to make space for it. The only thing I want to say is, it's a major trust. You're asking folks to trust you and to trust us and to trust schools in a place that I think it is like fair to say has long failed. And I shared this earlier, like I'm coming off the heels of skimming the Mission Hills report, which outlines like the systemic failures centrally and on a school-based level in our special education programming, from people literally saying like, you know, something along the lines of this, feeling like an echo chamber, like I'm screaming and no one's hearing me, to other folks saying like, it's the loudest families who get served. You know, I grew up a foster kid, like I wouldn't have had a loud family to show up and make noise for me. And so it's why I'm struggling. It's what I was saying earlier, Superintendent, like it's working conditions that are not in tandem with system level reform. And like both of them were part of the problem. And maybe I'm like looking to hear like we're working on the system level reform. And so that's where my head is. And I'm struggling because I think it is better than what was there. But I think realizing it is very hard for me to see how, unless there are major system level changes. And at my core, I am just nervous that families with kids with disabilities and kids with disabilities will experience increased discrimination in the school process as a result of like not having that clear system vision.
Yeah. So the part I feel that tension as well. And the part I was going to say is that I think we have the opportunity that as we're mapping out what the model of implementation will be, you know, of using models that we know have worked in the past, where we're cohorting schools and we're doing it in a way to leverage schools that have been full service inclusion schools or with strands who have done it really well in all the elements, but particularly in student outcome, you know, in being able to demonstrate that student progress of the goals has happened annually, right, for the majority of their students, regardless of the disability area. And so I think holding them up, but partnering on a continuum with schools who may have some experience with inclusion, but not getting those outcomes, and then other schools who are just beginning the journey, that it's going to be that kind of strategic cohorting as we go year to year to year to turn the system. And then in that process, be able to learn from the first cohort to the second cohort to the third cohort. That's how I'm visualizing this. I'm 3 days into it, but this is how I'm visualizing how we would systemically move this forward. At the same time that we are going to be getting reports back that speak to specific parts of the centralized systems that need to be changed, including things like transportation for special education students, right? So we're going to have to take these as they come, but have enough of a model to be able to create kind of that continuous improvement cycle that Megan spoke about, but to do, or Lauren spoke about, but to do it in a way that we can lay out with the union how the working conditions and the systemic model we decide upon jointly can be fluid. So that's kind of my initial thinking.
I appreciate it. I'm done with questions for tonight. I'm gonna, you know, sharing where I'm going. I'm like voting yes cautiously because I believe in the wages increase. I believe in parental leave. There are big wins here. I am really nervous about what this means for some of our most vulnerable kids. But I'm also excited that you're here. And you know that I will be asking questions.
Yeah, 100%.
But the way that I just want to say this too, like the way that you described the sort of cohort thinking, I would love to see that. And I know you are 3 days in, so like I'm saying this with love. I think it would be incredibly helpful for that to be part of the system plan that's presented to us. And I am sure you have a plan to come back to us eventually with the broader system improvement work that will help us achieve inclusion, but more important, like a real shift, not just in like outcomes, but also adult mindsets around what disability is and what it means and how we show up for disabled kids.
100%.
Okay.
I gotta go. Getting a little late. So good. It's late for me, Karen. I gotta go to bed. So anyways, just gonna say bye, and yeah.
Thank you.
Bye, Diego.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further questions? If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement. No, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Turn the page quickly. No, I am correct, sorry. The memo of agreement for successor collective bargaining agreement for the period September 1, 2021 through August 31, 2024 between the Boston Teachers Union Local 66, AFT Massachusetts, and the School Committee of the City of Boston as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The motion is approved unanimously.
thank you. And now the work begins. Our next action item is a fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $37,674,337 to support the BTU contract. You'll recall that Deputy Chief Financial Officer David Bloom presented this request to the committee at our last meeting. I'll now open it up to the committee for final questions and comments. All right, hearing none, if there are no questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation in the amount of $37,674,337 to support the memorandum of agreement for successor collective bargaining agreement for the period September 1, 2021 through August 31, 2024 between the Boston Teachers Union, Local 66, AFT Massachusetts, and the School Committee of the City of Boston as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
It's unanimous. Thank you.
thank you. Our final action item this evening is an agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union regarding health and safety for the school year 2022 to 2023. Senior Advisor Megan Costello presented highlights of the agreement earlier this evening. I'll now open it up to the committee for final questions and comments. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union regarding health and safety for the school year 22-23 as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The motion is approved unanimously.
thank you. Our main report this evening is an update on the Mission Hill K-8 pilot school investigation. At this time, I will turn it over to Superintendent Skipper.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to start by saying that what happened with the students and families at Mission Hill can just never happen again. I applaud the courage of the students and the families who came forward. I'd also like to thank our acting superintendent, our former acting superintendent, Dr. Drew Eccleston. You know, he's really led the releases of each of the phases 1 and 3 of the reports. I also want to thank the former superintendent, Dr. Brenda Casalius, for her leadership, you know, in really taking a series of investigations on and bringing to light what was extremely harmful to our students and families. I'd also like to thank Mayor Wu for her leadership, all of you, in a really difficult time, the Boston School Committee and the Boston City Council for your attention to this matter over the past several months. I'm coming into this. Both Dr. Eccleston and Dr. Casilius have helped me deeply understand over the past 3 months what occurred at Mission Hill K-8. I'm fully committed to seeing this through and working to ensure that no one, and I mean no one in our community who is going through abuse is turned away from the support that they need, ever. One impacted life is one too many, and this is one of the most sacred things we do in keeping our students and staff safe. You know, as school officials, as educators, as school personnel, we're charged with educating our students and we're charged with keeping them safe. Many points made in the phase 3 report indicate that we just didn't do that. You know, we're charged with this work. It's our mission, it's our core. And we'll need to make some big systemic changes and change how we do things, both in our practices and in our protocols. There's policies in place, but we have to work to ensure that everyone follows them. Otherwise, they're meaningless. We need to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to these things. Keeping our children safe is my fundamental responsibility as superintendent. It starts with me, it ends with me. But it's also the responsibility of all of us as a district, as schools, as a community. We're assessing currently what's missing, what's in place, especially with the many transitions that have happened, so that everyone can understand what the protocols are, their reporting responsibilities, their obligations. We never want anything to happen again that's on our watch. And so that's going to mean a lot of retraining and training, especially, you know, in this year and in the years to come. It also means that we have to have checks and balances in place, you know, to cross-check everything we do. In a big organization, that's essential. At every corner and layer of the organization, there should be never a barrier to filing a report or expressing a concern. You know, we'll be conducting an audit of the BPS systems and protocols and the implementation of those protocols, leaning on the expertise of an independent auditing firm that we'll be naming in the coming weeks and months. I think it's very important that we have an independent entity that comes in and looks at the overhaul that we do, the changes that we propose to make, to hold us accountable to our word, to the community, and to this committee that we are doing that. Additionally, BPS will be returning to a previous model of support, which connects central offices in the schools and really allows them to work more closely together in a much more communicative way as regional networks. Our 119 schools are divided across into 9 regions. Each region is now supported in addition to a school superintendent with an operational leader. And that operational leader has the responsibility for ensuring that our schools receive the support and resources they need to succeed, especially in challenging moments in crisis. We've hired 4 additional operational leaders this year. And again, their purpose in order for each of those networks to have their own operational leader is to really zero in on schools within their regions, get to know them, get to know the school leaders and what is needed. Regional schools are now being managed and supported more closely than before, ever before, and effectively by the central office in this way. It's that oversight and that interaction that will help to ensure going forward that we don't have the breakages in communication and protocols that we did, that the report is highlighting. We're also doing minimally a once a quarter formal walkthrough of the schools. And in this walkthrough, we're looking at the culture, at the climate, the emotional learning, the academic work and practices that are happening within the school. I just want to say for students and parents who are watching or will watch this as a tape, if you're a student or a parent, we want you to know that, and you have any concern for your student safety or for yourself as a student, and that includes also on your way to and from school, please know that there's an immediate step that you can take. You can call or text the Safe Space and Bullying Prevention Hotline, which is at 617-592-2378. Again, 617-592-2378. And that hotline is operated by trained staff from Succeed Boston, the Counseling and Intervention Center, and they can assist you with filing a report, and they can provide advice to your situation. They can answer questions that you might have, again, if you're a student or a parent. And if necessary, the reports can be filed anonymously as well. It's critical in our school system and in each of our schools that every single student feels safe and they feel supported and they feel that they have trusted adults to be able to come to if there's an issue. That is the work that we have to do. And that is our commitment to our students and to our families. And that means from the moment that they're coming through the doors and they're entering the school, they're entering the classroom and they're leaving. That has to be sacred space and sacred time. And so if there's any issue that arises or that you need to report and you're not comfortable going to the school or to the school leader or guidance, you can use that hotline at any moment. With that, I'm going to actually turn it over now to Dr. Eccleston, and he's going to walk you through, as the committee and the public, the report, and then we'll be happy to take questions. So Dr. Eccleston.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, and thank you for your unwavering support and belief, both in our system, but most importantly, in our children and families, and for all the support you've shown during this process as you've entered into the organization. For context, let me just share that later this evening, we'll be releasing Hinckley Allen's Phase 3 investigation related to the Mission Hill K-8 pilot school. Specifically, that investigation is looking into complaints that came forward into allegations of persistent bullying and harassment, lack of responsiveness and support for students with disabilities and multilingual learners, and persistent alleged sexual assaults at the school. In the Phase 3 report specifically, the investigators were looking at the district-wide structures, systems, behaviors, trends, and/or practices that either resulted in the persistent issues at Mission Hill K-8 pilot school that went unaddressed for so long. I want to acknowledge that we received the final redacted report earlier this morning. We sent this off to school committee shortly thereafter, and we've been working tirelessly throughout the day to prepare this presentation. I do know that this is one of many difficult conversations we will have about the findings from the phase 1 and phase 3 report, and want to also acknowledge the really important nature of the redaction process. Last week, we were asked for how long we've had the report, and I know for folks in the public, it might seem very simple of going through a redaction process. But at the end of the day, this is about the privacy of children and families and their individual stories that we wanted to protect. We had to go through word by word and make sure that everything was redacted properly, as well as the privacy of employees. While it's very difficult to read the findings from this phase 3 report, which I will share with you in the public, and we'll engage in a conversation about it, I think it's also a really important moment for us moving forward, that we have to name with honesty and transparency what's happened here, and really where there were significant failures at the system level, in order for us to support some of the healing and moving forward together as a community. I want to begin by just acknowledging that while the report outlines significant systemic failure, it also outlines so many positive actions of individuals throughout the BPS who every day come in, roll up their sleeves and with great compassion work tirelessly to support students and families. Something that was true with many educators at Mission Hill K-8 Pilot School, and also is true across the central office. In fact, the investigators often learned of impressive and leading practices throughout some pockets of the organization. I also want to be clear that the story that's outlined in the phase 3 report is about confronting the very significant system failures. It tells an unfortunate story of a lack of responsiveness, accountability, and turnover. And certainly there are areas of personal failure here in many ways, but it's really a story about systems failure. For additional context, just for folks who might be new to sort of the reporting on this matter, Hinckley Allen conducted a multi-phase investigation. In phase 1, they looked at, based on numerous complaints that came forward to the superintendent, about what happened at Mission Hill K-8 school as it relates to the numerous complaints that emerged. That report has been completed, shared publicly, and it was based on this report that then Superintendent Casilius made the decision to recommend, or made the recommendation to the school committee to close the Mission Hill School. In phase 2, the investigators looked at the actions or inactions of individual leaders, both at the school and the central office, that either supported or hindered improvement at Mission Hill K-8 Pilot School. The school district is in receipt of the personnel findings from the phase 2 and is in process or has taken appropriate action consistent with those findings. And then in phase 3, which is the report we're here to talk about this evening, we're talking about the district-wide structures and systems that support or hindered improvement at Mission Hill. In other words, the report is answering the question, where did the system fail, and what will BPS do to correct areas where it has fallen short? My interpretation of the headlines of the report includes some of the following: that individuals at the highest level of the organization were aware of complaints and did not take appropriate action. To quote the authors of the report, in short, officials failed to act or respond in the manner that their positions required. There's a lack of communication and coordination between critical departments, oftentimes leading to duplicative work and/or central office actors unaware of findings in similar areas. In very painful ways, the investigators tell the story of individual families who became so frustrated at their attempt to try to work with individual actors at the Mission Hill K-8 pilot school to resolve some of the very serious complaints. And so they reached out, rightfully so, thinking that they would get support at the central office, and oftentimes felt that they hit a wall. They experienced no action often taken, and that even at the most senior level, they found an utter lack of responsiveness and accountability, and that a frustrating lack of turnover across the system and instability in the ranks really created it so that even when there was responsiveness, or there was maybe a glimmer of some accountability taking place, that additional turnover would take place, and then the action would slow down. The report lays out, I think, three significant sort of findings at a high level. One, that there was a lack of responsiveness across the system. Families expressed and demonstrated evidence that there were just consistent lack of emails that were responded to and phone calls. And all too often that led to broken trust between families and the district, and also between the district and our schools. The report also finds a general lack of accountability, that there was this approach throughout their interviews that continued to emerge of staying in your lane or staying in a very siloed space, which is an approach to this work. And the investigators really call out that while maybe in some ways that helps maintain some clear divisions of responsibility and roles and responsibilities, when it comes to the safety of our children, we can't take a stay in your lane approach. I think Superintendent spoke to this very clearly in her opening remarks, but the investigators also talk about what I would call a sort of a lack of coordinated and well-resourced eye on what is happening out at the schoolhouse. And I think Superintendent Skipper's description of our regional support model and the robust supports that are now in place to support our school superintendents to have additional eyes on what's going on, not only around the academic work, but also the operational work, and also the work relative to the social and emotional development of our students is critical. And all too often, there was a belief throughout managers within the central office that only the regional school superintendents were the actors who had authority to direct a school leader on what to do. And that just cannot be. They also cite a lack of high turnover across the central office. And this specific part of the report was astounding to me, even though I think I was sort of aware of the fact. If you don't count even the tenure of my short tenure and Superintendent Skipper's new tenure, in the last 10 years, BPS has had at least 4 different superintendents, and none of those tenures has lasted more than 3 years. Well, that's significant tenure, significant turnover at the top of the organization. There are countless other examples of turnover in critical roles, such as our school superintendents, school leaders, and really important managers and directors and actors across the central office. This turnover has led to inconsistent follow-through and also a lack of information passing across the organization. The investigators take a look at 4 separate departments which were sort of named in various elements of complaints coming from staff members and from families and students relative to their experience at Mission Hill. And while they note in some cases some just really complete, and the investigators note some evidence of just complete and thorough investigations in some areas, that all too often these really complete and thorough investigations weren't shared more broadly with appropriate and relevant senior staff who had to know about some of these findings. They also call out that there are so many departments, and they really name some just individuals who are working tirelessly to support critical work across the system. But that all too often that some of these departments need additional resources. One that they name particularly to support some really emerging and positive work in response to bullying is to have to increase a position, to include a position that increases influence and authority, specifically a role within that department that has enforcement authority across BPS. And they also highlight specific areas of obviously turnover in some of these departments, but also burnout, that so many individuals are working tirelessly across the system, but we're not in a coordinated way, cross-functionally working together on some of these issues, which leads to so much duplicative work across the system. The investigators also call out that some departments lack right now a consistent case tracking system that must be addressed. And they really call out the Office of Family and Community Advancement for some really significant work around investing in monitoring and the implementation of a call center, which on its face has really worked to improve and respond to the lack of tracking and monitoring across the system. And the investigators ask us to continue to monitor and support its implementation. I'm going to name a few of the findings that sort of come out in the report and some of the actions that BPS is taking. But I just wanted to just name two things that I made a commitment to Superintendent Cassellius on her exit from the BPS that I would make sure that I followed through on. And I know that Superintendent Skipper joins me in this, is that one, we are developing systems and structures to ensure that we are monitoring at the central office level to ensure that the students from the former Mission Hill who are now in new schools are getting what they need. That it's going to be really important to us to rebuild trust between students and families. She also asked me, Superintendent Cassellius also asked me to ensure the development and hiring of the risk management office. This is going to be critical for BPS moving forward to have systems and structures for continuous improvement and evaluation of where we are not meeting the mark, and coming together cross-functionally to decide how to act and to respond to the evidence and data that's outlined by the Risk Management Office. And then finally, I want to name that Superintendent Skipper has made very clear her intention of hiring an audit firm who can come in and take a look at the district's response to the Mission Hill findings and ensure that the BPS is taking responsibility and accountability now for the findings within this phase 3 report. Some of the findings that are outlined in this report that are consistent with some of the facts that I've just shared is that there's this erroneous belief across BPS held by many central office leaders and school-based leaders that central office staff do not have the authority to oversee, intervene, or evaluate pilot school leaders because of the school's autonomous status. To be very clear, moving forward in my new role as Chief of Schools and Accountability, in the days to come, I'll be publishing written communication to principal supervisors across the system, to autonomous school leaders, in governing boards, outlining the very real role of district oversight. This communication will be shared more broadly across BPS and memorialized in a superintendent circular to correct the misperception that many in the organization have. It's also important that in my role and as the supervisor of the regional school superintendents, that the regional school superintendents need to be provided with the support and need to be held accountable to elevate policy violations in writing directly to the school leader and with copy to governing board for their use in evaluations when we find that there are allegations and findings relative to issues of bullying or civil rights issues or support for our students with disabilities and our multilingual learners. Many who tracked the phase 1 report will remember that late in the investigation, the investigators found that Mission Hill was operating with its own server, and that key documents related to the investigation were deleted by school personnel. The investigators find that BPS failed to require that all schools use only the BPS Google domain, and a single email domain has impeded the ability of BPS school staff and students and parents to access important information. BPS has already taken action on this, particularly under the leadership of Mark Racine and the team at OITT. The district has sunset the use of individual domains to ensure BPS administration has access to all accounts and can supported with the migration process so that we did not lose documents during that time. The Horace Mann charter schools, which have authority to have their own server, the district will implement regular check-ins with those schools and do spot checks to ensure that these schools are in compliance with all district technology and reporting policies. Finally, there will be communication sent forthcoming to all school leaders explicitly stating that moving forward, no school other than Horace Mann charters are to have their own server. The investigators also find that prominent offices lack tracking systems for logging and monitoring progress on responding to key complaints. Moving forward, all departments who address complaints and concerns from members of the public and the community must implement a tracking system by which complaints can be logged, tracked, and monitored for follow-up up to and following through to closeout. Cross-functional teams must be brought together to address the concerns that are at the intersection of multiple departments so that collective problem-solving structures can be leveraged to make progress for our students and families. The investigators found that district officials are excessively focused on operating within the narrow confines of their formal assigned duties to the detriment of the district's responsiveness and accountability. Moving forward, the superintendent must and will make clear that individual staff members must assume responsibility for completing follow-through on complaints until such point that they are resolved, a resolution is communicated, and or other officials are assigned to address and finalize to the problem. There must be mandatory sign-off, which has happened, that all employees have reviewed and understood equity, bullying, and reporting mandates and circulars, which happened earlier this school year. We must continue to invest and support the implementation of a regional support structure so that teams across departments are working together through the leadership of the school superintendent to ensure that our schools have what they need. And the reporters really, the investigators really mention in multiple cases the exceptional work of the Office of Family and Community Advancement for their implementation of the call center, which will be important investment relative to ensuring that issues are getting named and that people cross-functionally across the central office are working on resolving these issues. The investigators also find leadership instability, deficient hiring processes, and high turnover at BPS, and that deprives its schools in the central office of institutional knowledge. Superintendent Skipper has been working to install a stable management structure at the most senior level of the organization. We have created and developed a very tight transition plan, as she mentioned earlier, and I'll talk about toward the close of my remarks. But we need to do this for multiple positions across the BPS because we need mechanisms to ensure that incoming personnel are provided with the appropriate training to excel in their new position. And as people exit the system, which they will, the district must develop systems and structures to retain institutional knowledge when key senior personnel leave the district. There's been a failure to hold BPS leaders accountable and to impose appropriate discipline. And that has endangered students and staff and harms the BPS community. BPS must provide support for leaders to improve their practices in areas where system or individual deficiencies are noted. And BPS employees who are found to have engaged in wrongdoing must be held accountable. The investigators ask very clearly for BPS not to make exceptions based on prominence or status of BPS or in the community. And we must continue to ensure, as we consistently do, that we report all misconduct findings and disciplinary actions to proper licensure agencies. The investigators find that BPS has often engaged in a practice in which, as part of a settlement agreement, there'll be the removal of a BPS official's personnel and disciplinary files of confidential settlement agreements, resolving allegations of misconduct, and that undermines accountability, increases the risk to students and others, and is not in the best interest of the district. Moving forward, the district will no longer engage in the exclusion of settlement agreements from personnel and disciplinary files of BPS officials. The district will ensure employees' personnel and disciplinary records, including all settlement agreements, will be made available to each person in the supervisory chain, and such records must be consulted when performing performance evaluations, considering decisions relative to maintaining roles, renewals of contracts, and/or considerations of promotions. And that leaders, when they're making hiring decisions, must also always consult that file. And they must consult with the Office of Labor Relations, particularly before making decisions to rehire employees back to the BPS, especially those that might have past performance concerns and/or records of discipline. Finally, throughout the report, during superintendent transitions, which I think is quite timely, given the time period that we're in right now, the investigators find a failure to provide incoming superintendents with proper briefings regarding pending legal matters and investigations. This lack of information has denied those leaders the opportunity to address serious legal issues and investigations and potentially endangered students and staff. Superintendent Skipper has been briefed in my role as former acting superintendent and also by the chief legal advisor and others on all pending legal matters and investigations. For at least the last month, we've scheduled weekly meetings between the Office of Legal Advisor, the Office of Labor Relations, the superintendent, and the chief of staff. Our next steps in this area are to share more broadly with appropriate staff in confidential ways about pending legal matters and investigations under their supervisory roles. So those are the very difficult findings that are outlined in the report, some of the actions that BPS has taken and will continue to take to ensure that this is a learning opportunity and that we do far better to deliver on a promise of an excellent and equitable education for our students and for our families. It's a difficult report to talk about publicly. I have learned so much from the BPS. I've grown personally as a school leader and as a district leader in this organization. And in many ways, it's an organization that I love. I also recognize that it's deeply flawed and that we have collective work to do far better for our students and families. And I'm honored to work on Superintendent Skipper's team, to roll up my sleeves right alongside her and the rest of this team to ensure that we do far better for our students. So I'll turn this over to Superintendent.
Thank you, Drew. So I think, Chair, at this point, if there's any questions, we'd be happy to share what we can.
Right, I want to say thank you to Dr. Eggleston and to you, Superintendent Skipper. This report is a harsh reminder of our legal and moral obligation to ensure the safety and well-being of all our students, and to ensure that their academic and special education needs are met. Failure to uphold our obligation in this regard is never an option. While we cannot change the past, we must ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. If our students aren't or don't feel safe, or if they aren't provided the resources they need, they can't learn. The findings and recommendations from the report make clear what BPS needs to do in order to ensure that what happened at Mission Hill K-8 never happens again. I appreciate Dr. Eggleston's highlighting the actions already underway and additional actions the district will be taking as a result. As a school committee body, we must consider our role in the policy changes these recommendations require and our responsibility as the governing board of the district to ensure their swift implementation. We have a new superintendent and she has a strong team in place. We must support her in order to provide the stability and leadership our district needs. Her success is a district success, and therefore is a success for our students. I want to thank Dr. Casilius for taking the serious action this situation required. And thank you to you, Dr. Eggleston, for leading this process through. And thank you to Superintendent Skipper for ensuring accountability. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Dr. Alkins?
I mean, I think part of me just wants to sit in this for a while, just to absorb what is an abject failure on our part as a district. I have not had an opportunity to pour deeply into the report, but I have had the opportunity to skim it, and what Dr. Eccleston laid out. I think the term that sort of took me aback was very much this sense of compartmentalization throughout the district, which hinders the type of communication that can happen so that these issues don't happen. But even furthermore, that the lack of communication takes away from the community that we are supposed to be as Boston Public Schools. And so in some respects, it's no wonder we hear so many complaints and perspectives from families about the lack of communication, the lack of transparency. And here we are internally sort of demonstrating this. And, you know, this is a mirror. This report was very much a mirror. And, you know, I look forward and also don't look forward into pouring into it deeply. But I do thank Dr. Eccleston and Dr. Casilius and you know, and Superintendent Skipper for the response on looking at oversight, but sort of overhauling and creating systemic changes towards the way that we do communicate, in the way that schools feel, I would say, more empowered to sort of address these issues sort of head on. So, I mean, at that point, I can sort of say, roll up the work. And just because I am who I am, you know, Superintendent Skipper, I got to say, you made me feel old when you said, because I recognized your reference of that that families might be watching this on tape. So I actually felt old there for a second. But certainly I appreciate the update here.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Lorena was first. Miss Lopera was first. If you want me to go? Okay, I see you. I have a lot of thoughts. One is just sort of an acknowledgement of what Dr. Elkin said. You know, I often feel like we are in a parallel process with the folks who show up and make public comment, particularly around communication gaps that we experience as a school committee. And you can feel that bottom up, top down, vertical, horizontal in the organization. And this report highlights it. You know, it feels like there is secrecy and power hoarding and a lack of information sharing that I experience, I should say, as a member here, that feels systemic to the organization. And this is in short time, my experience with this. I'll say this, like even in this process, and I want to honor this conversation today, but the report has been with the city, even in a draft, for over 6 weeks, more or less. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. And it was just a few weeks ago with recommendations that you may not have been ready to share because of confidential information and things had to be redacted. And I totally understand that. But there were top lines that could have been delivered to the governing body so that we understood that there was urgency in addressing those recommendations. We can chew gum and walk. We can redact a document and talk about what's in it and talk about what steps we're going to take to address those changes. And we didn't do that. And I think that that is all part of this. Like that is part of the failure that like doesn't feel like a was problem, but is like an is problem in este momento. Like right now, this is part of our problem. And like, it would be negligent for me not to say that in this moment. We made a decision to close a school. We got the report and we moved swift. And it took us weeks and weeks and weeks as a governing body to have an honest conversation about the recommendations in this report around system failure. And I think that that's a problem. And the way that we are tracking and sort of separately, sort of moving on my thinking, the way that we are starting to track the DESE recommendations, I am curious and hopeful that we would take this set of recommendations in a much cleaner form and for someone to tell us which recommendations we believe as a district we are taking, and then monitoring here the actions, not just through the verbal update that we got today, but like pen to paper, show us the recommendations, show us our response, and then show us what we're doing to improve it. I don't need, though it will be helpful, like a full diagnostic of what the state of play is, but like, I just want to know which of these things we're saying that they have said we should do, that we are going to do. I'll also say this, like, yes, there is system failure here, but there's like, I think part of it is rooted in that thing I was saying earlier about secrecy, about power hoarding, about bureaucracy at its worst. If no one is empowered to make a decision, or if people think, or if people are hoarding so much power that no one feels like they're empowered to make a decision, like the system will never work. I don't believe that today, magically, that has changed. I am hopeful that it will, but like that's a complete paradigm shift around the sort of dominant cultures that exist within the organization, where people have to be empowered to do the right thing and not wait for someone to tell them it's okay to do the right thing. And right now, every element of this report, and I have just skimmed it as well, I got it, you know, in the middle of my workday. But every element of the report in my skimming shows that like people don't feel empowered to make good choices. And that is terrifying. And if you're not empowered to make obvious choices around bullying and harassment and sexual assault and the hiring practices around folks who we knew were not successful in the organization previously, those are obvious decisions. Then how are we even empowered to make less obvious decisions that are equally consequential in a young person's life? And so that's a system, but that's like a people failure. because it's about certain people in the organization, I assume, having to give up elements of power so that their team members and the people that they supervise can be empowered to make choices within the organization. And the last thing I'll say here, and I alluded to this earlier, but the section around the special education issues are terrifying. And they're not new news, but they are new news because they are here in this way. The fact that, you know, the report outlines that the system has been on notice around these issues since 2015 with more and more and more and more complaints made year over year. Again, that's like not just a system failure. That is literally the system failed. Like, it's not just like a broken lever or a valve that's not working. Like, that is literally what the system is designed to do. And it like didn't do it. And so like Mission Hill may have been the perfect storm, but it is the room for all of the same elements of what has happened there to occur again still exist. And that part is a little, it is scary. I'm happy that we're having this conversation. I trust, and I'm excited about your leadership, Superintendent. I trust that you are gonna be transparent and create real accountability here. But, you know, back to the first thing I said, like, we need to be able to track each of these. We need to be able to know which of these recommendations we're gonna move forward with. And we need to have regular updates to monitor and track them so that we can make sure this really doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Ms. LaPera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just thank you for the comments of Dr. Alkins and Mr. Cardet Hernandez. Very much appreciate the pieces that have already been shared. And I will probably not be as eloquent as my two peers because I am very much in my feelings right now. As a parent, this is heartbreaking. And I will start by saying that I too, having just received the report this morning, have not been able to delve into it in detail. And I think as I was listening to Dr. Eccleston speak, I think Mission Hill was a sad, devastating, perfect storm, but we could supplement different issues and still hear the same challenges in a variety of spaces across the organization. And so when Mr. Cardet Hernandez says this is a here and now problem, I feel that resonates with me. And as a parent, my first thought is, we also heard plenty of families who had a wonderful experience at Mission Hill, right? And so how many families are having wonderful experiences within our school communities now? And how many of them are also experiencing unsafe environments? And so that is a question for me. And I think at the root of this is, how are we thinking about really restoring community trust? So it's not just putting the structures in place, but how are we going to do the work every single day to do that? And I think another root for me that I keep coming back to is this took parents, this took caregivers, and this took students really having to advocate over and over and over again for themselves. And what about the students who don't have that kind of support, right? And so we need to be in the business of really keeping our students centered, listening to our caregivers, believing our caregivers, seeing the partnership with our caregivers, because this really can't happen again.
Chair, you're muted.
All right, Dr. Alkins.
So, I mean, just more thoughts that it brings up for me is particularly sort of like how we have the conversation throughout the summer about how we run our meetings. And particularly in thinking about how we get the information for our meetings, when we get the information for our meetings, and just the format of what we do here, even thinking about that, like, is it conducive to really discussing all of the issues in the depth with which we want to discuss the issues? Because sometimes it feels that we can't.
Yeah.
We can't explore in the ways that we want to. Like we said, it's report, ask questions, you know, and that's not necessarily in the way that things like this should be discussed, really. You know, so I think it's also bringing that up for me about really sticking to, and then personally for me as a school committee member, thinking about, again, I've said this before, embedding me or embedding other members in some of these community groups so that we have that direct line to them. Some of us have that active, you know, we're working with task forces and things like that. And I actually could like commend that work. But thinking about ways that we share information as a school committee can, you know, offer some examples for the district. So yeah, we have to model it. So that's where I sit with this.
Before we move on, I just want to check in with Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Polanco Garcia, if either of you would like to make any comments before we move on.
Here I echo the comments that my fellow members and you made as well. And I thank Dr. Eckelson for laying out the response. I agree with, in particular, with the comments that it would be great to have a way of following all the recommendations and what the actions are. But I really appreciate the comments the fellow members have made tonight, as well as you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that partnering the action plan, you know, very deliberate, you know, much like the MOU that's laid out, but also having the independent entity for us, I think, as a district, will ensure that we raise this to the level that it deserves to be raised. You know, some of the recommendations are fairly, you know, immediate that we can begin to implement, and there are others that I think we have to have some conversation because they're interwoven throughout, you know, central and schools. And so I think, you know, it'll be much like in terms of the MOU, where it will be a kind of different timeline, but all with the sense of urgency, that these need to be done as quickly as possible and thoughtfully, so that they're not just a check, but that they actually are meaning to change the culture that led to the initial issue. So, you know, Dr. Eckelson and I know, you know, and I believe our team support, you know, in this going forward, having that kind of explicit description of what needs to happen from the recommendations, and then being able to give you regular and periodic updates as to the progress of that, along with, you know, a separate audit process to be able to ensure that what we're reporting is being seen through the eyes of an external agent, and that they're seeing the same thing we're seeing in terms of the change. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Thank you, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Como cuando se presentó el problema de la escuela Mission Hill, realmente en lo personal para mí me afectó muchísimo.
When this problem with Mission Hill arose, this personally affected affected me a lot.
Pensando en esas familias que pasaron por esa terrible situación, fue bastante triste enfrentar esto para ellas. Y sé que es algo que cuando se vuelve a mencionar más se lacera.
It's just thinking of those families who had to go through that was very sad.
Quiero agradecer al señor Eckerson, a la señora Brenda Caselius y también a la nueva superintendente por traer esto y enfrentarlos.
I want to thank a lot Mr. Eckerson, Dr. Caselius, and also the new superintendent for confronting this problem in dealing with it.
Pero estoy pensando que las recomendaciones tenemos que verlas en lo inmediato.
But I'm thinking that we need to see those recommendations immediately.
Que esto sirva de ejemplo de que estas escuelas tienen que tener una mayor supervisión.
This has to serve as an example that these schools need bigger supervision, a greater supervision.
Sabemos que hay familias que han tenido una muy buena relación y una muy buena experiencia en la escuela Mission Hill.
We know that some families have had a very good relationship at Mission Hill.
Pero ¿quién devuelve? Pero ¿quién devuelve a esas familias lo que sufrieron anteriormente? Esas familias afectadas.
But what gives these families who were affected, what gives them back what they lost, what they suffered?
Las autoridades escolares tienen que tener mayores supervisión sobre las escuelas autónomas.
The school authorities have to implement a bigger supervision on those autonomous schools.
Hay muchas familias que estaban esperando este momento, esta llamada de Zoom para saber finalmente un reporte de qué pasó en la escuela Mission Hill.
So many families were waiting for this call, for this Zoom meeting to listen to the report, to listen officially to what happened at the Mission Hill School.
Quiero que esto sirva de ejemplo, repito, para que estas escuelas no tengan tanta autonomía como han tenido.
And I want to repeat that I want this to be an example for the schools not to have so much autonomy as they've had until now.
Que prime la transparencia.
We need to have transparency.
Porque los padres eso es lo que quieren, transparencia.
Because that's what the parents want, transparency.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Are there any final comments before we move on? If not, again, I want to thank Dr. Caselius for her leadership on this, as well as the work that Drew and Superintendent Skipper will continue to do on this. And I know that each of us only received the report earlier today and need time ourselves to digest this and have more conversation as we look at the recommendations to move on. But thank you, and thank the parents who have struggled with this, who were impacted by this, and glad that we are getting to a place where we have some recommendations to make some significant changes within the district. So thank you all. We'll now move on to public comment on reports. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. We have one speaker, Lisa Jean Graff. I apologize, the timer ran out of juice, but I will keep track of the time.
Hello, my name is Lisa Jean Graff, and I live in the Fenway neighborhood. Welcome, new Superintendent Mary Skipper. First, it was good to meet with you and SPEDPAC members last month. I was so happy that you were interested in learning about the neurodiversity movement. This approach can offer students strength-based learning environments that are responsive to all students' needs. I look forward to collaborating in this area with BPS staff. Please include the disability community in this work as well, as they have lived experience. Second, poor bus service is impacting the employment of numerous parents from buses that don't show up, and numerous students are put at risk of harm from buses without monitors. I recommend that you increase the starting wage for bus monitors to encourage more individuals to apply. I also encourage the district to consider a cooperative model for the next transportation contract. This could allow for higher bus driver pay and ensure that the knowledge of people running the routes is used in planning routes well. Also, some efficiency can be gained by changing start times by 10 minutes or less here and there. This could help with more on-time buses and shorter trips with minimal impact on family schedules. I have a proposal that I have publicly shared and also emailed to all of you. Third, COVID safety is an issue that we need to address by preventative measures, especially when COVID is increasing in wastewater in the city. I support the recommendations by FAMCOSA, and as a member of that group, I look forward to collaborative work on this issue. Fourth, please release the second and third reports about the Mission Hill K-8 school to ensure that the district learns from both the strengths and weaknesses of this closed school. There is a lot of important work ahead. Best wishes for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you. Is there any new business? Okay. Then that concludes our business for this evening. The next remote school committee meeting will take place next Wednesday on October 12th at 5 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you and good night.